Good morning, guys. So pretty quiet open, obviously. NASDAQ really didn't gap anywhere because of looked like the overnight halt. I guess there's like a cooling issue, I think, at the CME exchange. I think. Yeah, gold and silver looks good. I bought NEM on Wednesday. So, and this one, might still be able to be added to. You know what? I'm going to add an alert here. Who was my first mentor? God, I would probably say the first person I looked up to in the trading world. It depends. If we're talking about swing trading, it's a little bit different than when I was day trading. Um, but I would say like the first person that I like looked up to and was like, wow, that's incredible what they're doing, and I want to learn a little bit from them. Christian Kulamagi, right? And he was streaming a lot like I am now. And he would just stream every single day for about the first hour, and you could learn quite a bit from just watching his stream. He was the first one that kind of opened up my mind. And then I would say, Mark Minervini, Bill O'Neill, they weren't mentors of mine. And even Christian, I never worked with him. So it's not like, I'd consider, or I never like spoke with him consistently enough for, him to ever be some kind of a mentor. But yeah, SNDK. I don't know that this is a great long setup just yet, but a lot of these names, they come right down into the 50 and they hold well, and the market helps them bounce. That's awesome. Yeah, shortened session. Any E looks fine. I think just a little bit longer out of this one for a nice little flat top breakout. But we'll see. I mean, this is also building some subtle higher lows. It looks good. Bouncing right at the 50. I don't think there's anything wrong with this name. No, NVO, this is a no touch. I mean, look at how absolutely destroyed this chart is, right? I don't go hunting for charts and downtrends. Any interested in the inside daily setup on GRAL? Let's see. Yeah, this isn't so bad. This also just had its own nice little kind of a not the best, but subtle little flat base breakout there. Yeah, not bad. GRAL. GH is another good looking one. Just Trading View. Trading View? Yeah, Trading View. The best books I might recommend, High Probability Trading by Marcel Link's a good one. All the Mark Minervini books. That's a good one. Or those are good ones. Bill O'Neill, Stan Weinstein. There's a lot. There's so many. Yeah, Caterpillar. I'm in Caterpillar. So I bought this one on Wednesday as well. My view on it's in a downtrend. Just wait for it to get trading back above its 200 simple moving average. Yep, Citigroup starting to set up. Let's go through some of these here quickly. Yeah, this is another nice one too. Will Dan looks ready. Yeah, not bad. It's coming around. Do I consider? Yeah, I like higher lows. That's one of the setups that I use to get involved. And I look at it more on the daily setup than anything. Do I have cases where a group pushes out but no correct setup? Yeah. Yeah, like the semis, but there's just no real technical setup for me to get involved. Yeah, then I just do anything. Then I just don't do anything. There I am. Nick, good morning, sir.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear
Pour
me
these
okay?
headphones on so I could hear you. How was your holidays?
Good, good. You can hear me all right?
I could hear you just fine.
Perfect. How about you?
It's a super late night, man.
Yeah.
So I'm actually surprised that I've got as much energy as I do at the moment.
I just got to keep it up for a half day.
Yeah, that's right. And even that, who knows if I make it through till 1 o'clock. And
Yeah.
part of the thing is too, is we just had this big bounce from Friday all the way until, potentially today. Are we really buying on the, fourth and fifth up day in a row for the Qs, or do we just wait for a small little check back and then buy some higher lows in the stocks that we're watching?
Yeah, I would love that opportunity. We
Yeah,
need
I
some
think
volatility compression on the indexes still before it's like a easy dollar environment.
I agree. I mean, on the flip side of that, didn't we get or won't we get NAAIM data,
We
or
did.
didn't it already come out yesterday?
Yeah, it came out. It was at 90%.
Okay, so not that bad.
So,
So we still got a little bit more room to overcook.
yep. Yeah, up 3%, which that included Thursday's distribution day. So I actually thought NAIM would come in a little bit lower, but a little bit higher. They bought the dip.
They bought the dip. When don't they buy the dip?
Earlier, like earlier in the uptrend, they weren't really buying the dip.
That's something.
That's what fueled it for so much higher.
Anything on your radar that looks super interesting today? I think these gold names for me look pretty dang interesting.
Yeah, gold is very interesting. It's a little extended for my liking. There's a couple names that I'm like at this point I'm looking for pullbacks on everything, but a couple of names that like I don't want to completely forget here is TMDX and Unity. Those two I think can be kind of growth leaders of this next uptrend. And they're like extended there at the top of the base now. So I'm not going to be chasing here, but if the market pulls back the next couple of days, these are kind of stocks that I want to have high on my radar.
I think we just can't lose sight of this thing too. Just throw a little alert on it.
Especially with TMDX being in the right theme of like medical tech, anything medical at this point.
Yeah, medical devices. I think their business is super cool. Delivering organs around the country.
Yep.
That's a great question. With that promo code, I think the bright ones have been using it on the full year. And so you could use that promo code on the monthly, but it's
the first month.
It's the first month. It's really your first payment. And it's, in my opinion, a whole heck of a lot smarter to use it on the year, but the choice is yours. When day trading back then, were you mostly short bias? No, I was actually long bias only. When I first started trading, it was in 2020. So there was absolutely no reason to be short biased at all. Actually, my favorite kind of trading, just to touch upon it quickly, was sympathy plays. Because what would happen is you'd wake up in the morning and you'd look at your gap scan and you would have like 3, 4, 5 stocks up like 60, 70, all the way up to 200%. Well, the ones that ended up moving the furthest, like once we started to get names that would move 300%, 400% in the same day, which by the way was quite a bit back then, I would go looking for the next name that would go. Same group, similar starting price, same country, something like that, right? Just go on FinViz, type in the stock that's moving, look at what country it's in, look at what starting price it had, and then like sort the list of all the names in that group by starting price. And then I would even look at like relative volume for the day. And sometimes I didn't even have to be the first on the list. And like some of the biggest money I made was like trading DLPN when TCAT was running, trading AMC when GME was going, trading costs when AMC was going, trading NACD at that time when those names were going, trading like CEI when the energy stocks were moving, or like MXC, HUSA, Indo, all when like you had Indo make a really big move. So like that was the easiest way to trade because you didn't have to be in the lead runner. You just needed the lead runner to go nuts. And then once that happened, you can like go right into the next name. And it still works in some instances today because you'll notice stocks in the exact same group are running. Like if IONQ is just flying and for whatever reason in the next 30 minutes has like a 7%, 8% up move, what do you think is going to follow right behind it? Rigetti. So Nick, did you ever trade like that? Sympathies?
No, I would more so like identify the leader and see that the other stocks in the group were holding up well, and then try to stick with like whatever I had. The more I like trade this year, the more that kind of makes sense, though, especially as like you kind of get the groups that start to play off each other. Um, so not exactly like within the same group as sympathy, but first you see like the quantum stocks when we were in the uptrend start to take off. Then you knew, okay, this was like a risk on day, week, whatever. And then you get the nuclear names going, and then rare earths or stuff like that. So more so like using that as like a risk on, risk off. Um, but individual names, no, I've never traded those sympathy plays like super well.
Yeah, and they did it again. They even did it this year with the rare earths. It wasn't just USAR, it was UAMY. It was, I mean, just look straight down the line. MP was your leader. And then as soon as then USAR broke out, then here comes UAMY. And even here came names like ABAT, almost like non-related battery name, but here you go. It like fit the theme at the moment with the other battery stocks like QS. So yeah, gotta love it. Man, these gold and silver stocks are just kind of dominating the scans. Nick, call your grandma. Tell her that 3M looks great.
Will do.
Dude, look at this thing. Unbelievable. GSAT is one you like?
I was just going to say that stock, so I'm glad they brought it up.
Yeah. A little bit of a check back and finish building out, and that could look really good. How does SEI look? Well, let's take a peek. Now, you see, like SEI looks like so many other stocks. The difference is this one didn't bounce at the 50. I don't hate the way it looks, by the way, because it is in that energy space. I don't hate the way it looks. A lot of these names have been dipping, but like you just look at like a, CRDO too, just came down, bounced in. Doesn't matter what space you're in. You should have bounced over the last 3-4 days. Those are the names you really want to focus on. And the names that like already pushed out to new highs, I like put out a big list on X, and there was quite a few already on that list that were making brand new highs. Let's see if we can get a few of these pulled up. But like some of them are already too far gone. Like for instance, you have your Lilly, but then there's something different between like you have your LITE that just continues to build higher lows. So there's a pretty big difference there too. All right, let's see some of these. The best names have already made highs. Yeah. AVGO was a recent one. Super nice.
Yeah, and I would say while we're still in like an elevated volatility market, like the rally is important to see what makes new highs. But then the next step of it is when we do get a pullback, what are the names that keep hovering around their previous highs? And then we'll really know like which ones to target. Because this week it was kind of tricky. Like you had the undercut on Friday. That was the day to put on a little bit of exposure, but there hasn't been like enough like compression of volatility for me to get super aggressive on the long side just yet. But when we do get that next pullback, we're going to have like some quality A+ setups in any stocks that continue to hover around their highs.
Yeah, Amgen could be one of those too, right at the highs, but it's a little extended from its 50, unfortunately.
Yeah, imagine we get like a pullback in the market and then AMAT just builds out a little handle at its highs. That's another nice one.
Yeah, CRDO could be another nice one too. Good question. How do you know when it's too late to continue chasing healthcare names? Well, don't buy them on a chase. Buy them when they're coming out of a tight consolidation. That's the best thing I would tell you. And then also buy them when the XLV is still performing well, right? So if like you notice like the XLV is getting its ass kicked that day, maybe you hold off on a new purchase. But if you're buying a healthcare related name, like let's just say Amgen, for instance. So let's just say Amgen could go sideways just a little bit longer, and then it's pushing out of this, tight consolidation, call it 300 in, what is that, $45. Well, I would still be comfortable taking that so long as the XLV is also pushing higher that day. If for whatever reason the XLV is just getting destroyed, then I'm going to be leaving something like Amgen alone. But yeah, there is no really chasing the best group so long as it's coming out of a very clean setup. Hood, do I like the Hood breakout? I don't think it's really breaking out of anything. It's technically still below its 50 simple moving average. Did it bounce nicely with the market? Yes. But this being a breakout, I don't know that we can consider it that, right? You know, there are some people who would consider this an undercut and rally. And if you were prepared for it, then, you know, God bless. So you would have bought this thing on Tuesday as a UNR. I think that's fine. Nick, do you think this year was more challenging for swing traders
than last year?
Yeah.
I would say more challenging than last year, just because there was like extreme volatility. So it could take you a little bit more time to like get confident and trade on the long side. There's probably better opportunities like for larger gains this year, but I thought trading last year was just like kind of extremely easy, where this year there was enough kind of challenges to give you a reason to at least be a little cautious. But I think the like opportunities.
How often do we get like a 6-month rager?
Yeah.
You know, it was nuts. So FLS was interesting as well on Tuesday. That broke through the high volume close from this big earnings day. So that on Tuesday was pretty interesting. You know, here, again, the real question I ask myself is, do I want to catch moves like this, or do I want to buy it on what would then be the 5th up day in a row? I could buy it on the 5th up day in a row, but I'm good on that. So
yeah, I have an alert on that, like right by the high volume close from earnings, to see if we can pull back and respond to that area. Like that's an area where I would be comfortable buying, not extending through the highs here.
Yeah, this is not really my typical up 4 days in a row. If it could just build one higher low, then I would be, comfortable taking it. Just a little check back. And then if it decided to break out, so like build another higher low and then go. Nick, somebody said that they love your daily reviews.
Oh, that's nice.
So
I love doing them.
Yeah.
They've actually like really helped my trading and like staying focused on emerging themes in the market. So
yeah,
it works out for both of us.
Yeah, they're good to do, honestly. Something tells me it's going to be such a quiet day out here.
I would love that.
Do I prefer to chase rotation? I don't know that it's so much chasing rotation, or do you prefer to focus on a key leading theme each market cycle? Because like once themes start to break down, okay, so like if we were to say going back to like the ends of 2022, semiconductors have been the leading theme, but a theme can only really go on for so long before it has like some pretty nasty spills. In which case, I do want to focus my attention on like the new developing theme. And for instance, we keep talking about the healthcare sector. Like the XLV was in my radar right in here. So, and then it was also on my radar coming out of this high type flag, which I had on the watch list. But do I trade something like that because it's so slow? Probably not. But this is it's slow, but it's a 10% up move. And if you're, a little bit quicker to, or can even trade something like CURE, this ends up making an even better move, right? Which is like a 25% move, 27% move. I mean, that's still good money. So I'm all for figuring out where money's going to next. And then if you get a clean technical setup and you get setups within that group supporting that thesis, I'm all for it, right? The last thing I want to do is just watch a stock that's going down because it was in a leading theme. So what are my best scanners? Ooh, that's a good question. 90-day relative strength scan, a high momentum scan are probably my favorite. And then I kind of like doing it a little bit different. I like taking things down to like 3 months and 1 month of relative strength, obviously, like a 90-day relative strength scan, like I mentioned, and then just sorting by the most liquid first, and then seeing if there's a commonality. Like I will literally just sift through stock by stock by stock by stock, and I'll be like, ooh, that's a clean setup, and that's a clean setup, or this one just needs a little bit more sideways. And then just figuring out like what's the common theme that continues to appear on my screening by just physically clicking through charts, right? When I start to see a lot of good looking charts, right? Like when you look at the XLV and then you look at PPH, right? You realize quickly in this, this little base and then in this high type flag that money is going straight into pharmaceuticals, biotechs, and healthcare. And also when you looked at, the XBI and you look at what this trend has been too, you noticed very quickly, like this is actually the theme. At the moment, it's not powering the AI data centers. It's not, we need more semiconductors. It's not Palantir to the moon, right? The theme is actually healthcare, biotech, pharmaceuticals. And a 90-day relative strength scan would have put that on your radar long ago. So, Nick, what about you? Any favorite scans?
I'm not a big scanner. The only scans that I do each day is kind of like an up on volume. I call it my price and volume pop scan. And that's stocks that move over 10% on more than 3 times their average volume. So that really, during earnings season, that'll be important. That'll pick up the themes or the stocks that did well. But more importantly, it'll pick up themes on like the same day if you see multiple stocks from the same theme. So metal and mining, gold miners. Then we saw like biotechs early on in the uptrend kind of get on that screen. And that's a sign of a potential emerging trend for me. So that's the only screen that I run daily. Then on the weekend, I'll run a 52-week high screen and a liquid stocks that have doubled in the last 52 weeks. And that basically makes up my like universe of stocks that I trade.
So I do like 52-week high, and you'll notice like when you're dominated by one particular group, that's always really nice too. And I'm sure you've probably noticed running your 52-week high scan, it's been all healthcare related.
It just says to buy LABU.
Yeah, that's just what it's telling you. I mean,
Basically.
for the record, you nailed this LABU at the support gap. Is that what it was down there? I got to just pull this up really quickly.
Yeah.
Did it close or no, it just leaves it open, right? An untested support gap?
So on a leverage ETF, I'll always look at the underlying one
Got it.
for
So
the
XBI.
technical side. But yeah, you have that first bounce off the support gap, first test of the 20-day EMA, at least on my chart, since new 52-week highs. That's usually a great risk reward spot. You get that little bounce, and then the market heads lower. We get that quick undercut and reclaim of the support gap low. That's the entry. Stop is the low of the day, and then
beautiful.
You trim a little bit to eliminate the risk on the trade, and then try to stick with the leading theme.
Love that. TradingView is working out. It's working out really nicely, actually. I'm not trading off of it, but I'm charting off of it, and it's just so much smoother than Thinkorswim. Honestly, I got to give them some credit. Now, all of my other charts, they're all Thinkorswim. I'm just too much of a dinosaur to make a complete change. So we'll leave the charts that are, because I've got a lot of charts that I just leave running the entire time, and Thinkorswim is good for that. Yeah, that's a webhook that I created for those alerts, and they just get sent right into the room, just on charts that I'm watching and key levels that I might be watching. Webhook's fairly easy. So if I'm setting like an alert on something, then you go to notifications and you set the webhook to where it might be going. In my case, it's just going to the room. Do you think that chasing high when the stock breakout? I'm a little confused on this question. If you want to re-ask it, I don't buy stocks more than 4 times their average true range from the 50 simple moving average. So that's like the underlying rule. And then anything after that, as long as you're tight to the 50 or not extended from the 50, then I'm perfectly happy to buy. Any thoughts on BG? Bungie Limited. Well, I guess the first thing we can do is, because I don't know much about this stock, is farm products. Oh, you know what? It's so Caterpillar is heavy farm equipment. What does Bungie do? Are they like modifying foods? Agribusiness. I don't know, but that's not an ugly looking chart.
No, I like that a lot.
I guess the other question is, let's find out this information here. $170 million a day. All right. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. It looks good. Silver looks good. Probably the best of the metals, in my opinion. I think SLV looks best. I'm in NEM, which is a leading gold miner. But yeah, SLV looks good. Yeah, Gabo, that's correct, brother. Dude, the sun keeps getting right in the way of my camera. How annoying is that?
Did you see PAAS yesterday, or I guess Wednesday?
Yeah, massive up day.
Really strong.
Yeah, honestly, it looks fantastic. But this is probably the one that I couldn't add to.
You couldn't add to?
No, I don't own it, right? So I'm not showing up on day 5 to buy this. It's at a new high, though. It's gapping up into new 52-week highs. So,
yeah, I was just pointing out the strength, not that it was ready to be bought.
I think one that might be ready, Nick, potentially, is this GFI. And I don't know why this thing gets a subtle gap down, but I almost prefer it. So a low cheat setup is, okay, let's look at actually ATI for a second, because that's kind of where I adjusted it. So like a high type flag or a flat base breakout would be if price were breaking out through highs. A low cheat setup is when that breakout is occurring just before the highs. You're able to cheat yourself into that entry before highs. Mark Minervini's a setup. He trades VCPs. He likes low cheat setups. I think this could just be a cup and a handle with Tesla. I'd like to see this eventually trading back out above Thursday's highs. And then I would like to see this thing getting back above the 50 simple moving average. But ultimately, I think this thing looks pretty good. Super tiny gap up this morning. I think it looks good. Thoughts on AEO? Yeah. The time to have bought it was 4 days ago.
Yeah, or now set your alerts and look for a 10-day EMA pullback, or I at least have the earnings closed from their past earnings. Wait, they report. So they report Tuesday. I actually wouldn't trade this close to earnings. But Ariel, that's a theme that we've talked about over the last couple of days.
Quite a
Showed
bit.
up in a major way.
And you've also got something like VSCO. You also have the Gap the other day. You had, I mean, that's just awesome.
Yep,
And it looks
Kohl's,
like
KSS.
did the gap get filled? Almost. Um, you also had KSS. Did somebody say Macy's?
Yeah, Macy's, Ralph
Macy's.
Lauren,
Oh yeah,
RL,
RL. That's a beautiful one.
ROST.
Ross Stores, and then TJ Maxx. You said right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Just massive, massive trends on some of these things already. Yeah, clothing names. Clothing names. Apparently, the consumers killing it.
Yeah, so talk about a theme that probably has poor like overall sentiment. No one's trying to invest in this during the AI race, but
It's a leading
price
theme.
price wise, yeah, we're seeing this as an emerging theme in the market. And when we saw healthcare, I talked about this on Friday. When we saw healthcare back in the end of September have that kind of dump day under the 50-day moving average, sentiment was super, super negative on that. But then a couple days later, we get the rip right back into kind of the bounce highs. And still sentiment was really poor on that. But at that point, price has kind of changed. And that's the perfect scenario to get a nice clean uptrend, is where price is doing one thing, sentiment still hasn't caught up, but you have the leaders of the group really holding up well. And now everyone's talking about healthcare.
And now everybody's onto healthcare, and people still aren't really talking about the clothing names.
Right.
SATS. This thing hasn't done much ever since it gapped up. It's in the XLC ETF. It's a communication stock, so I mean, it's just kind of been doing nothing. It's been holding up a whole heck of a lot better than the XLC. I don't really see anything to do with it, unfortunately, though. Like, there's just doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of momentum in that name. Sean, what does Cat do? I hope Cat starts flying. So I'm already sitting there. INCY.
That's a name on my watch list.
Biotech. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Look at those sales, too.
And it has a nice gap right around the 20-day EMA for me. So not trying to chase it up here, but if we do see the pullback in the biotech and the healthcare area, this is a name on a pullback to that like 103 area that I'll be watching.
This is going to drive me crazy. I keep moving my damn camera. Oh, much better. Do I like GROY? Okay, so I don't need to own so many gold names. Like, I don't need to have them all on my radar. We all already know that they look good. So at this point, like, pick your favorite and the most liquid. They don't have to be like the most liquid, but yeah, GROY looks good. It looks a whole lot like the others, right? You could have GROY. You can have, I mean, take your NGD, IAG, take your pick. Take your pick. Kinross is one of my favorites too. So I don't think it's tomato at this point. If they go on to work, it'll be because the group is acting well. Almost all of them have a pretty bullish setup, right? Some of them being a little bit more what you would say, oh, that's a textbook high type flag. That's a textbook flat base breakout. Some of them are a little sloppier, but they're all really look like they're pointed higher, and they'll all go on to work if gold keeps going higher, right? very rare exception that like one of them doesn't work. Like, yes, one of them may not go as far in terms of percentage move, but effectively they'll all go higher if gold's going to keep pushing. No, I don't know about this FLG. This is just super sloppy still. Flagstar Bank, so a regional. There are ones that have a base like that, but that already started to push out, like this COLB had a base, but the difference is the base was taking place above the 200, right? Something like COLB nicer. You're studying the UNR setup? Yeah, so if we were looking at, going back to early October's lows, the UNR would have actually taken place on November 13th or 14th. You could have gotten it on the 17th, but 13th or 14th as we were going back through those prices of early October.
Ariel, turn on the gap indicator on that one.
Oh, wow. Holy shit. Okay, so would you even say that the perfect day would have been the 13th?
Yeah, that 13th would have been nice because it gives it a chance to like bounce back up to the 50-day and then build out a higher low. So like the 10th was the rally back up. It still probably wouldn't be like the top stock on my radar because it's like a biotech or a pharmaceutical, and trading those individually, not like super high up on my watch list. But that kind of like you lose the 50-day, but it's still in an uptrend. I've noticed to kind of stick with those stocks because if you can get some tight price action like under the 50 that's still rising, it still has the chance to kind of put in the low after a couple days there.
Yeah, I love it. That's a good one to look at too. Also, you're buying an undercut rally in a theme that's like one of the strongest themes in the market, which is very important. Yeah, EOSE's starting to look pretty dang good too.
What about AMPX? Kind of hanging in there.
Yeah, EOSE looks pretty good. If you bought it on Thursday almost as you were taking out prior day high or really back through the 50-day, don't think you've missed anything just yet on this one, but one to definitely keep an eye on. Regarding AEO, is it too late? Market not conducive for breakouts? No, market is conducive for breakouts. The question becomes, what are you buying as a breakout? Right? Are you focused on prior leaders that don't really have clean breakout setups, or are you focused on new merchandise? Right? Like breakouts in biotech space have been working. Breakouts in the pharmaceutical space and in the healthcare space have been working. Breakouts recently in the gold space have been working. Pretty soon, it looks like maybe breakouts in the home building space could be working. So are you focusing on where money's going? But, there also come periods too where it just is choppy to buy breakouts in general. And, we did just have one of those periods. But, the market kind of seems to be shaking off that latest pullback. And if we could just tighten up with a one check back on the daily, I think we could be good to go. You like Lulu? I don't know about this one. I prefer ANF. And ANF gave a high volume close setup. So ANF was on the radar going into Wednesday.
I prefer Kohl's.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even blame you.
Because ANF is still like on its first kind of gap up. The 200-day still declining. When I studied ANF's like first big move up, it was the second time that you had a large gap up. Once the 200-day was in an uptrend for about a month, and that second time really stuck and created the uptrend. Where ANF, the first like earnings gap up here, we have like lots of volume, right theme, but the 200-day is still in a decline. So there's still some overhead supply here that could make this more of a choppy trade than KSS.
I like it. If a base starts to have wider ATR bars compared to previous ones, is that a caution sign? It also could just be a really clean breakout that's finally starting to accelerate away from the base. So it just depends how far away you are from the breakout. If it's been a breakout that's been going on for a while, then yeah, it could be a bit of a sign of caution. But if it's something that like just is starting, then I don't think it's that big a deal. In fact, that's what I would prefer, right? That's the sort of thing that, if you can get like larger moves, percent moves away from your average, like day after day after day, I mean, sign me up for that kind of action. Just get this thing as far as possible from my average. Appian. Nice move on earnings too, man. Higher low setup. Higher low setup.
Ariel, have you sent a message in the group that we're going to live stream on X and YouTube?
No, I could also pull up the stream right on Discord too and stream there as well.
Oh, you can? Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So no big deal. This is a good question. What's your take on joining Market Pulse for someone who works full time and would only be able to use it after hours? I would say the biggest benefit is going over the nightly watch list. So like, trying to help you get your eyes in the right place. And Nick does a really good job of that too. I'll kind of recap the day in the room, which I do on X anyway. So like everybody sees that, but then I'll also go through my nightly watch list video, which can be very helpful for some people, especially if you may not proficiently scan the market yourself, right? That's something that I basically do religiously.
Yeah, and we do have like an educational section with like long setups and short setups with plenty of examples of the stocks that we trade. So I would say if you're a little hesitant, you could try it out for the month and then see if all that the value on the outside of the live stream is worth it, and then go from there.
Why did AU gap down? Just the dividend? Yeah, 91 cents. That's a heck of a gap down for a dividend. Interesting. AU's a little tricky one. Of all of the gold names, this one gaps around the most. So one that I've kind of had to avoid on the long side.
Which is a little annoying since it's the strongest.
I know, right? I am still short Rigetti. I wish I just had my original 55, but I'm in from like 37 and change. I am in from I have Rigetti from 37, 32. Entertainment theme is working. TKO. Yeah, back through the 50. Not much overhead supply on this one either. Nice chart.
Yeah, we saw the Las Vegas companies all doing well.
Oh, there's also the Sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, look at Sphere. Already out to new highs as well. And then you also had, LVS and Win. What's crazy is LVS looks a little like the Sphere recently. just a small check back into the 20 and then continuation.
I don't think that's too crazy since the Sphere is in Las Vegas.
That doesn't seem that insane, right?
No.
TVTX. So this is a nice looking chart too. What do we know about TVTX? We know it's a biotech just based on the ticker symbol.
Yep.
Oh man, their EPS is horrible. Their sales are,
It's
all
a little
right.
thin for me to trade individually as a biotech, but chart wise looks
$70 million a day. I couldn't even get in this thing if I wanted. TVTX. Yeah, I mean, the other thing too, like I don't know if they make much money. So you gotta, when you trade some of these biotechs, you better know if they have money. If you don't, you can get caught in a gap down and you're not going to have a good time.
they made 164 million last quarter in sales.
Yeah, but how much cash do they have on hand?
Yeah.
Let's see. They have $110 million. Dude, I saw that thing that DeepView's doing with their AI. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to try it out. I just saw it on my screen. I'm going to try it out this weekend.
Okay, so oh shoot, I just realized dude, where did this day go? All right. Oh, wait a second, too. Need to make sure I have this open. Got kind of a bunch of alerts going off at the moment. NAMS, AEM, and NEAM. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Well, nice to see a slight little gap up this morning on NEM. We'll see if gold sticks, but man, gold looks good. GDX is probably the one that matters most, honestly. Oh, yeah. I would much rather be in – you're either going to trade like an individual gold miner or you're going to trade – like GLD is far too slow. Nugget, a whole lot better. And obviously, Nugget's only really going to move if gold's on the move, right? Like Nugget's really not going to move on its own. But Gold subtle gap up this morning. Who knows if we just don't kind of fail and then fill in that gap. That's my cue too. I only have a little bit of iron left, but that's my cue to get out of a little bit. We'll wait for a good 5 minute.
Open door looks really nice.
$8.
Yeah. There it goes. $8.25 now.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
On these half days, some of the kind of risk on stocks always have like some pretty nice squeezes to them. I wonder if Open Door is enough of a risk on name. So like,
I mean, back above all key moving averages too.
Yeah. And like if they were going to kill this stock, that earnings gap down should have killed it.
Yeah, Tesla bumping right into its flattening 50-day. Should be pretty interesting to see what it does here over the coming days. Don't know that I'm a buyer of this one just yet. MSTR still going? Good for that one.
Bounce.
Oh, MSTR looks good. Oof. Sear and beauty's in the eye of the beer holder. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. That one's a little bit still. I won't use the word looks good, but I do think that there was an opportunity, and we talked about this on Wednesday, right? To play this kind of for just an oversold bounce. I thought BMNR was the same deal. Like, had we bought some right in here, roughly, back through this UNR level from July, fine. Right? Like, if we were prepared for this thing like 30 and a half, I think that could have been good to hold over the weekend. Cookie, how was Brazil, man? Hopefully you had a blast out there. Oh, no. Food no good? No other alerts this morning. Bitfarms, no thanks for me personally. Yeah, that can't happen. Yeah, this is part of the reason why I did not want to add to Netflix just yet. I think this thing can still go to like this 108 level. And when it does, I'll be a little bit more interested in it if we can kind of come back up and retest almost the 20-day.
That's exactly the area I'm watching. I've got alerts right there.
Oh, wow. Intel downtrend line break, and then Tuesday, Thursday, or should I say Wednesday, Friday? Yeah, Oklo. I'm also short Oklo too, so there's really not much for me to do here, but just let it fade. So I've been short this name since the 29th. And I've been trying to get positioned in this damn XOM too.
I think it's just about time to wait for some pullbacks.
Funny you say that, because that's part of the reason why I do like XOM. Not only is crude pushing at the moment, this XOM's trying to hold its 50-day. Iron, nice little failure this morning. Nvidia at the lows. This thing has been under pressure for some time now, it feels like.
Yeah, it really hasn't done anything in months.
XOM, not bad, not bad. Quick little push, trying to take out Friday's highs too. Or Wednesday's highs, excuse me, Friday's highs. Just a very simple 5-minute opening range break. We'll see if this thing ends up sticking. Wolf acting pretty well. On Wednesday, it was one of the better themes. Palantir down, TSM is down, MSTR coming down, CoreWeave not acting the best. Yeah, if here's the problem with Wolf, this isn't a very clean setup. It would need to tighten up a little bit. Like if you were to go like right into this top of this base, basically, I would be more prone to want to short this thing than I would to want to long it. Right? Like you go up 5 days in a row right into the top of this base, I'm like much more prone to short it. But if we could just like tighten up here, right? If we could just tighten up a little bit and then build out, then I would be much happier if this thing could do that. But Yeah, I don't mind what XOM is doing. At the end of the day, this thing just has to hold its 50-day. And with commodities, you'll kind of notice how it does a pretty decent job bouncing near that 50-day. That's just kind of my thinking. Nick, you should be able to also stream in the room too. Your mic will pick up both.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
think so. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good, dude. Toss is slow. Hudson, this is part of the reason why TradingView has been better in some regards. Just moves a whole lot smoother.
I tried joining Discord and it was like a zombie was talking.
All right, yeah, maybe not good. Toss is trash today. That's no good. Caterpillar up a whopping 0.25%. Man, better not spend all that money at one place. Yeah, Toss just died on you.
It's already calling it a day.
Yeah, Toss had too much eggnog on its own yesterday. I don't know when Nick plans on publishing that script, but when he does, I'm sure there will be plenty of interest, honestly.
Yeah, there's still a couple more bugs to get out. If you're just DM me.
100 DMs flooding in right now.
I hope not. DM me on Discord. It's in the support gap channel on Market Pulse.
Nice job for crude too. Brent, crude futures. I mean, do we get a little classic double bottom here in crude futures? Because this would be very nice if this can stick on XOM. Yeah, I looked at WEC. There's just, pullbacks. It's in an uptrend. Pullbacks to ascending moving averages is the place. It's a utility name, though, huh? Interesting. NEE in that case is much better looking.
I love the look of NEE.
I think it looks awesome. Iron, let's go, buddy. Break it down. Now we basically have a pretty clean line in the sand to work with Iron. 52.59, that's where I'm sitting. Boy, they came close to it, huh? CRK, this one's gotten beaten up quite a bit too. Man, they brought this thing back to life too. They just destroyed this one. Yeah, CRK looks a whole heck of a lot better. I mean, this looks like a decent little high type flag here. Not bad. Yeah, they beat this thing up. It may be a little bit too extended from the 50 simple moving average. Did you take a peek already? 5.18 times it is. Yeah, it's not that bad though. Not bad, but with a commodity being that extended, I don't know. That makes me a little bit more skeptical. Yeah, XOM was fairly straightforward, just as a 5-minute opening range break. So fairly straightforward, about mid 1520s, 1526.
All right, I took a trade in Judah's stock, DVLT.
DVLT.
We shook out the low. We recaptured VWAP. On these half days, you can see some crazy names or crazy moves in smaller names. So I think this will be the one trade that I take to scratch the itch.
Yeah, Gabo, I did. I bought XOM as a 5-minute opening range break. It's the only thing I've done so far. I was in it on Wednesday and I cut it for an 8-cent loss, and then I just put it back on. So we'll see if it ends up working. Netflix flat, NEM flat, Caterpillar flat. My portfolio is literally not moving. Add a watermark on my chart. How do I add a watermark on TV? Anybody know? Oh yeah, Twilio. All right. Interesting. Twilio does not look bad at all. Where the hell is the canvas settings? Is that just under regular settings? Watermark. Somebody just mentioned LAES. Yeah, I mean this looks a little like Toby. It looks a little like the other quantums. And for me, the only problem with an LAES is it's just under the declining 50. So, there's nothing wrong with just letting it trade, and, it'll go when it goes. It'll set up a little bit better at some point. We got some of these med tech names pulling back just a little bit, right? Is IDXX? I'm pretty sure they are. Okay, diagnostic and research. They're part of the IHI group. Google pulling back just a little bit.
I mean, the more Google can chop above that 5-day EMA, the better.
Look at CleanSpark after earnings too. What a bounce back.
Yeah.
Bitcoin miners, huh? Lemonade triggering the high volume close. Not quite, but almost. Yeah, I mean, basically, just kind of would need to take that level out again, almost as a 5-minute opening range break. Just reset an alert on this thing. Johnson & Johnson pulling back today. It's about time. That probably means Lilly is doing something similar. Sure is.
Mm-hmm.
Genomics today. What's the best genomics name right now? It's not CRISPR, obviously.
NTLA? No,
NTLA.
not NT. No. Is it NTRA genomics? No, I don't think so.
All right, let's just see what Kathy's got. Oh, Tempus, CRISPR, PSNL, Guardiant Health, Twist Biosciences, ILMN. Oh, that's a good one. This one's been on an uptrend for a while. This one also had a high volume close a few days ago. Neo holding up. Is this a genomics?
Neo is, yeah.
Diagnostic and Research, Neo Genomics.
That was the name that I was like, it's just a little too thin to take in this tape. And I'm like, okay, 20% later.
SNDK, man. Jeez Louise. This tape has just been a little bit heavier, Nick. A little bit heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, C-Dub. It can get bad, man. Yeah, it can get tossed like near the open when there's a lot of people taking orders. I remember back in the day, I would like click the buy button and the order would just be like floating there. And like an hour later, I would get filled. Or I would get filled whenever I clicked the buy button, but it wouldn't show right away. Oh man, yeah, nice push for BMNR. Was a good opportunity on Wednesday to take it as a bounce idea. Oh well. Just right into the 20-day is all. No, Jose, really when I talk about, okay, got it. Aside from the technical setup, when you talk about which group is best, it doesn't need earnings and sales to be a great group. Like, so for instance, I could talk a lot of crap about Oklo because they've got no earnings and sales, but yet I bought this breakout. Right? I mean, I literally bought this. So I'm all for the name not having earnings and sales if the group is really strong. And it all comes down to how it's been trending, what the technical setup looks like, and what the theme is. Like for me, theme is far more important than earnings and sales. And why I would trade an Oklo versus like an SMR or an NNE is just strictly how much better it trades, how much more liquidity it has. I mean, those are like two very important factors. Like you just look at one's very choppy, not going to see new highs. The other one's living underneath highs. Wow, Intel. What a miss on Wednesday, too. Just quick little inside day on Tuesday and then Thursday, Friday. Actually, that list that Angel just pulled is actually really good. That's just a simple theme tracker with deep view. And you just look at like a 1 month or 3 month. AOI. Yeah. Again, though, I'm personally never comfortable buying something on the 5th up day in a row. It just doesn't mesh well with my personality. So nice to see it rebounding. It's, what I would need to see in order to feel comfortable to buy more names, but ultimately, never truly comfortable buying even like a CRDO here. This one gave again, you'd have to have been prepared for it, but a really nice undercut and reclaim. So if you were ready for it on Friday at $128, well, now you're being rewarded quite a bit for taking something like that.
I'm gonna grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Lithium's also on the move too. Gold. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. I cannot believe I got shaken out of my Barrick, man. I should have just used that 50 day. Oh, well. Man, I was in this thing so well, too. Yeah, with CRDO, it would just need to finish building out the right-hand side of the base now. Like, there's just no way that I'm buying this. You either bought it as an undercut and reclaim because that's a setup that you're comfortable and familiar with, or you're kind of leaving it alone. But you know what? I will kind of copy this chart and put it down onto the educational floor because that's a good one to like study. Just a very straightforward setup too. I mean, I didn't take it myself, but it's definitely good to look at them and review them so that you can be better prepared for it, myself included. I mean, man, that's like the best kind of entry, and then it's just up 5 days in a row from the moment you buy it. It's got to be a pretty great feeling for anybody sitting in that thing.
Anyone who bought anything on Friday.
Got that right. If you're in the red, I would throw that stock in the trash.
Yep.
Yeah, and then with it too, like CRDO, just a really nice 620 setup as well. Right at that level. Just picture perfect. Pan W bouncing back a little bit today.
Yeah, but
Still getting beaten up.
It's funny how much stronger BMNR is compared to MSTR when like Bitcoin and Ethereum are basically the same.
I mean, I thought on Wednesday it was a good opportunity, at least for the move back up into the 20 simple moving average.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, just didn't pull the trigger, and we're right there too. Yeah, the best time to look for relative strength is really during a market decline. You'd want to say after, when you get a follow through day. And I posted a really good clip of Christian Koulamagi talking about that, right? About how when the market was still correcting and still went on its second leg lower, he was already noticing stocks that were showing relative strength. And obviously on Friday, you get a really nice setup like a UNR if you're familiar with it. And it's like call it like a 129 entry with like a 124 stop. So it's like you got $5 of risk for effectively, almost 40 points of gain, more than 40 at this point. Yeah, Reddit, another nice one too. Like this little bit of a pullback on Wednesday, just right back into the 50-day. Baba, duo.
So my ETF list so far today: blockchain and data centers leading, solar, XOP, XLE looks great, and precious metals, XME.
Actually, Fox, Christian is the person that I learned about using low of day stops. So if I'm not mistaken, if he were to take something, his stops would be low of day. That's almost what I'm familiar with on his end. Wow, kind of a nasty little fail there for SNDK. What do I think about low a day trailing stops? Oh, so like prior bar low, Angel? Is that kind of what you're asking? I like prior bar low stops too. It's a little tough because then you can sometimes choke off a really good trade. That's also why I do prefer, like a moving average. There's another good one too, which is the 3-bar stop rule by Peter Brandt. I'll look it up where he explains it, and I'll post it in here sometime so you can see what he's talking about. Yeah, SNDK probably goes red on the day, it looks like. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like a 5% loss is not a big deal if you've got a smaller position. But obviously, just getting tagged out over and over and over like that just can get pretty frustrating. But 5% stop should normally be a wide enough stop. Oh, wow. PRAX. This is a healthcare name as well. Looks like. Right? Biotech or what? Yeah, biotech.
Yep.
They just got some sales.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a high type flag. All right. Yeah, Bullet. If XOM were to fail today and then we were to basically close back within that first 5-minute opening range break, I won't hold it over the weekend. but it's acting a whole lot better today than it did on Wednesday. So I do like that we're taking out a prior day high. So that makes me feel a whole heck of a lot better. Oh yeah. You know what I like that you did, Angel? You didn't go for like any one individual name, right? You were putting yourself in some ETFs. Oh yeah. SNDK. No good. ERO, isn't that copper? Pretty sure. Yeah, ERO is copper. Nice. New highs on copper. I also, let's take a peek at STLD so I can just regret my decision of not buying. Yep. Definitely still regretting my decision of not buying. You also have CopX, Angel. This one doesn't look too bad. Yeah, CopX looks good too. Really good. And then you also will have SCCO is like a double dose of goodness. So it's a copper and a silver miner.
And is that Argentine?
No, I don't think so, but let me just look really quick to confirm.
No, it's US. What's the one that I'm thinking of?
Well, it's not FCX either because that's just copper, if I'm not mistaken. But this one's also starting to turn up too. And we are hugging. First of all, it's a big base. Like, look at how gigantic this base is on FCX. Oh, man, this FCX base is just huge.
Huge.
What did we say? We said ERO. So we got CopX, ERO, SCCO, FCX, copper. I guess you need a little bit of copper to build up some of these data centers. Probably just a little, I would assume. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so frustrating to look at SanDisk, man. Stab in the heart. God. Oh, yeah, HBM. Yeah, good call on that one. Yeah, this group looks awesome, man.
Palantir is still weak.
Yeah, market closes at 1 today. Yeah, that's such a good question, Owen. And I would probably tell you the first differentiator with like any name is if it's in the same group and you have multiple stocks that look very, very similar from a technical perspective. One, obviously, you had B go and make a new high, and that's because it's strongest. But if you have a bunch of setups that look the same, the only real thing that's a differentiator between any of them is going to be their earnings and sales. So that's going to be the first thing you think about. The next thing that I think about personally is its dollar volume. If it's too thin, I can't do anything with it. So That's just always my thinking. Has to have good dollar volume. And then look, there's going to be a lot of times like you're onto the right group and a lot of stocks are showing quote unquote relative strength, some just a little bit more or less than others. And you're still going to pick the wrong one, right? Like it was actually NEM, which used to show much more relative strength than Barrick. But then all of a sudden, Barrick has been the one that has come along best over the last couple of days, really. Um, but even like when we were building these higher lows within this base, right? I tried buying this thing as it took out prior day high within that base. I just didn't widen out my stop enough and use this 50-day. So mistake on my part because this ended up working awesome. But ultimately, this is kind of what you get for buying within a base. But if you go to like buy it outside of the base, they also make this thing super choppy to own. Like they don't make this, fun to try and get positioned in this thing at all. Yeah, MSTR with a bit of a spike. It's about time.
Yeah, we got Quantum on the move too.
I have such a
It's
small
just
piece of Rigetti left. Just going to let this thing work.
it's just that half day squeeze.
It's not saying much. All right, but something's being pretty annoying with this CENX. That's aluminum. So CENX is probably acting pretty good because I noticed AA the other day also. Yeah, CENX, not bad. Look at Alcoa. Alcoa doesn't look too bad either. Okay, but I do need to know what the heck is going on here. There we go. No, all good. I just had to open up a new one, but we're good. Rocking and rolling. Are you having some issues with TOS too? Yeah, pain in the ass. IBM. Yeah, IBM looks good. IBM definitely looks good. And we're not extended at all, so. Less than 2 times its ATR from the 50. All right. Netflix is pushing up into a spot where I was much more interested. Higher the better too. What's the reason to be long Caterpillar? Well, one is a picture perfect textbook beautiful bull flag, right, going into Wednesday. And number two, this is one of the leading. Okay, so like just think to yourself for a quick second the groups that you notice acting really well, right? Gold, silver, copper, steel. I mean, I'm sure you probably know this as well as I do that getting any of this stuff out of the ground is pretty difficult without Caterpillar machinery. So it's just like they move hand in hand. Be like hard to have one without the other. Oh man, UAMY still in the graveyard too. Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Dead.
But who knows? Maybe someday this thing pulls a SOUN, right? Where it's like you get that first big run up, and then all of a sudden you just get like, it looks dead in here too. And then it just goes for months of sideways before going back up. Maybe.
That's kind of what it would need, or like some real breaking news.
April until November. What is that? 6 to 7 months?
Yeah. I wouldn't try to short it down here after a couple flushes, but
Oh my goodness, this SNDK, man. Holy what was that? That had to have been some misprint there on okay, yeah, I was about to say that some misprint on toss with XOM. The hell was
yeah.
that?
I've been noticing those more often too. I don't know if it's just toss or not.
In the banking sector, they're like all over the place on Bank of America. EOSE, not bad. Not bad. I know some people who got involved kind of on this undercut rally. I even know some people who just held the damn thing, even through the pullback. You got this one today? Market out to highs. Oh yeah, the MedP is right down to the gap level.
Ooh, let me take a look. Yes, it is. Right onto the 20-day.
And they're also kind of taking MU down with SMDK. All right, I'm going to make a quick espresso. Not a lot for me to do out here.
This RKT, a couple new names on my watch list that I'm really stalking. RKT, TMDX, SYM, FLNC. Yeah, right now all the metals are looking great.
Lemonade. At the high volume close spot. Yeah, it's right there. Reset that alert. You know, Rocket was really nice a couple days ago too.
I know.
Yeah, this one was good going through this little shelf here.
I just hate buying stuff on strength like during a bounce off the lows. I'd much rather like flag it and then when the market pulls back, test it out.
Yeah, IREN super weak. Look at how much weaker this thing is than Cypher. Cypher's back above all key moving averages. IREN, not quite.
We're kind of seeing the opposite of what we saw in the correction, where we were losing a group at a time basically since October 10th. Now in this like little bounce back, it seems like everything that was showing relative weakness is the next group that is getting a nice rally. Which maybe that's just a shortened trading week kind of thing, but I still would rather see that than the opposite. Like now we're seeing the cryptos that we talked about being super weak actually breaking to the upside.
I mean, look at what they're doing with MSTR at the moment. Yeah, could have. I mean, if that's a setup that you're comfortable taking, yeah, this was acted a bit as of a UNR. I'm no longer short Cypher, so I'm kind of good with whatever it's doing here. Thoughts on Zoom? Still in a bit of a choppy base, but maybe worth trying again when it gets over $89. Who knows? What do folks do for power outages? Hope you have a home generator. Toby, I actually don't always talk about that unless people already kind of know my past. But I've worked like some off jobs, when I was younger, but always kind of been self-employed. AMPX battery theme.
Yeah, along with the EOSE.
I almost prefer EOSE.
I do prefer
Yep.
EOSE.
Fang breaking the base,
Could
and a
be.
big stage one base that it is too. Yeah, Netflix. Netflix isn't doing anything totally unexpected, right? The market's just on an absolute tear these past couple days, and Netflix is, doing a little bit of. First of all, this 200-day isn't really trending down just yet, but you're below the 10-day, you're below the 20, you're below declining 50, you're below the 200, and the market's back up and ripping. And all this thing did was break down, and it's trying to retest possibly one, the declining 10, but more importantly, the level it broke down from before trying to reclaim the 200. So it's just a little bit of, polarity, right? Prior support can become resistance. And, we just got to kind of let this thing play out. It was like if you look at MMYT, it took months of bouncing around this 200 simple moving average before finally, breaking lower. So who knows how long it takes with Netflix? Could be a while, honestly.
This FLNC keeps catching my eye. I love when stocks get like kind of crazy on their earnings day and then resolve to the upside.
So silver back as the leading group right now, or really right there with Bitcoin related names or AI data center names, really. Clean Spark, Wolf, Cipher. Almost hard to imagine that this APLD is crypto related, but all right. Riot, another one. Oh man, nice bounce off the 200-day for Riot too. All right. I guess as they say, the rubber will meet the road soon. Yeah, Frog, not bad. It reclaimed the high volume close on, what was this, Monday? Intel was another one, just a really clean downtrend line break for Intel a few days ago. It's got some resistance gaps to get through, but it is acting awesome.
This deep view AI tool is so cool. Have you tried it out yet, Ariel?
No, I haven't. I honestly don't even know how to set it up. I'm assuming it's kind of in the dashboard area, right?
Yeah, so if you just go to like a chart, it's right next to the data panel button. It's an AI assist. Because I was wondering why IREN was so weak compared to some of the names. So the
Did
first
you just
question I
ask it?
asked, I was just like, what are stocks similar to IREN? And it gave me like all the stocks within the group, and then some like distant peers to keep an eye on as well.
Did you ask why it was so weak?
Let me try it. I just asked, what are stocks similar to it?
Yeah, coin, man. Connell. Yeah, unfortunately, Wednesday might have been the day with this, little inside day to go ahead and buy Intel. I don't really see myself chasing this thing up here. And what is the reason that the QQQ and the S&P 500 is holding up so well today? Is it because Microsoft's up 1.5%? Because you got Apple down, yeah, Amazon up 1%, AMD's up just a touch, Tesla's up just a touch. What am I missing though? Meta. Oh yeah, okay, Meta. Meta, maybe a move back to the 200-day. Yeah, for now, I'm not really doing anything with NEM. There's just, I'm not like moving my hard stop on NEM, if that's what you're asking. Like, there's just nothing for me to do here. Just let it work. That's kind of my mentality. Lemonade trying to get back to that high volume close level. Yeah, I just can't buy this on the fourth up day in a row. One little check back on Monday next week, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, this thing could look awesome. What's up, buddy? Reddit right back up today. Well, it was a really nice check back on Wednesday, right into the 50-day. Yeah, when Meta gets back through the 200 simple moving average and just tightens up a little bit for me and reestablishes itself above the 200, I will very comfortably play this name again. But I don't need to own, it below the 200 simple moving average. Like, here's a way to look at it. You didn't need to try and own Meta throughout any of this, right? The big money was made when it got back up above the 200 and then reestablished itself. Then all of a sudden, you get yourself into a really big trend. You don't have to own it underneath here to catch a nice move. You don't have to own it underneath the 200 to catch a potential nice move, right? If this thing's going to go to $800, $900, $1,000 a share, whatever it might be, owning it beneath the 200 simple moving average is just not necessary. Bloom also trying to get working back above the 50. Yeah, you know what's a little odd though, Toby, is it's very subtle, but there's been quite a bit of weakness in SNDK. Like, just compare SNDK, for instance, to like your MU. So SNDK gives you like a 1-day bounce and then 3 days of sideways. MU at least gives you 4 up days in a row. So it's like awfully odd how weak that one is. And on what some might say pretty good news, like, oh man, it's getting added to the S&P 500. That's amazing. Well, it's sure as hell not moving like it.
Yeah, it should be amazing, but if it's not,
should be amazing.
That's a warning sign.
COHR, yeah, this is a nice one too. Yeah, this is a good looking chart. Again, I guess the only problem here is, it's like, what's your setup to get in? Is it a little bit of a low cheat setup? I mean, I guess. Maybe. It just depends. Break back over that Thursday's, what was it, last Thursday's high? Yeah, it didn't help TTD to get added to the S&P 500. By the way, I got into it with people on X who were like, and they were right for a moment, like buying the dip as a long-term hold on TTD. And then, it popped back up, it hit the declining 200, and then it just imploded once again. So my point is just like, let it reestablish itself back above the 200 simple moving average. COHR2. This is what are we looking at here?
I think it's a software. Let me check.
Scientific and Technical Instruments. Same group as ASML. This is another one too that just looks awesome, man. This is a nice fresh base. TTMI, same group. Oh man, this is another night. So many of these. So many. Look at the trend on this thing. TTMI. Their earnings and sales could be a little bit better. I know, dude. AOI, you know what this one reminds me of? This chart here reminds me of IoT, which, by the way, just makes me sick to my
I know. I knew you were going to say that.
This chart just makes me so sick, right? It's like, how do you own this thing? Like, where is the momentum burst that just goes. It just doesn't. It just like doesn't. It gaps up on earnings, squirts up higher for a few days, then chops around for forever. Retightens back up. It looks really good. Gaps up on earnings, and then just chops around for forever. Like, I'm good on these kind of charts. Like, I want to own AOI. I think they do like optics, and optics is more like Corning, right? So GLW, LITE, isn't Sienna enough? I mean, look at this LITE too. Holy what an awesome chart. LITE, what's the other one? Sienna, right? This is another one. And Sienna, just a beautiful little bounce into the 50-day and then just a perfect rebound. What do they do? Optoelectronics. They do transceivers. I don't know what the hell a transceiver is. Silicone photonics, optical circuit switches, precision manufacturing, semi-cap equipment, display manufacturing. That's what they do. I don't know what any of that is, but it looks cool. And I know it belongs inside of a data center. I don't have
That's all you need to know.
Yeah. I was about to say nothing about what they do actually matters.
I can't believe how weak IREN is.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Look at the NASDAQ just barcode today.
I mean, would you be so surprised? I'm assuming we're going to have like next to no volume today.
Yeah. No, that's the least surprising thing.
So I used Claude AI over the weekend. Might be the best of the bunch.
Which one is that?
It's by Anthropic.
Okay.
Might be the best of the bunch.
What did it do that was so cool?
It did the task that I was needing it to do. It's best for coding. It's great for coding. I don't know that it's better than Gemini, but like when I asked it to do a task, it like laid out what needed to be done in a much more digestible format. There are things that I don't like about OpenAI, for instance, and that's that it won't answer some questions for me. Or like if I ask it to like build a thumbnail and like, I give it a description, like it'll tell me, sorry, I can't do that. I've never had Perplexity tell me that it can't do it. Don't tell me you can't build what I'm asking for. You just get to building.
You mean those creative thumbnails aren't self-made?
No. Oklo. Going to just be hanging out in this one, to be honest. So long as we're below this falling 20. My thoughts on NAMS. Yeah, I had this one on the with an alert. Just kind of has to take out this upper trend line. But yeah, I don't love it. I don't hate it. Right. I'm indifferent about owning single name biotechs. Now, I think NAMS has, some pretty good earnings and sales. Their EPS is going down, so maybe not good earnings, but their sales are fine. Roblox? Oh, no. Yeah, no, this chart for me this is a no-go for now. The right-hand side, like when I look at a chart, I'm always looking at the most right-hand side of the chart. It looks horrible. I don't know how else to put it. Right? Roblox looks horrible.
Unfortunate for my my annual pick on the Wolf Show. He's doing
Miners
so.
today. Steve, you talking about Bitcoin miners or silver miners, or both?
Because the answer is yes.
Real miners. Wait. Be careful who hears you say that, dude.
He spelled it right. He spelled it right.
He said real miners. He's not wrong. You mean you don't think those companies mining hopium is any good?
This move on PAAS is super impressive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. PAAS is a beast. Look at this move. Holy sh. Why isn't my NEM doing this? Although NEM is starting to perk here too. But PAAS is silver, not gold.
Yeah.
And look at silver. That's out to a new high. Gold, not quite there. And if I had to choose one over the other, I would say I prefer silver. Why? Because it's the one that just went out to new highs. Half gold, half silver. Okay, that's fine. I mean, makes sense to me. All I know is that this price action is absolutely crushing it right now. I mean, it's up. What are we up here? 13% in 2 days. AG. Oh, yeah. Hecla's another one. They're like the oldest, and this is also out to a new high. I mean, we talk about buying commodities off ascending moving averages all the time. Look at where Hecla bounced. Just picture perfect. And what'd you get? You got a 620 setup right in the morning. Right there. 1310s. 1310s and some patience. Oklo making a move? Yeah, but this daily looks like shit. I'm also short with just still a little bit of size from 146 bucks. Like, I don't plan on covering my Oklo just to go long on a stock that's technically in a like medium term downtrend, which is it's basically what it's in. Like, I know some people will look at this and they'll say, okay, it's built a higher low. It had a tight day. It's starting to break out. It's like, I could agree with all of that, but I'm short from 146, and I don't know that a name with this much overhead supply is a name that I would really want to own. Instead, I'd rather just kind of sit with my short that I've got a little bit left of. No, this TER, I don't think that this is super buyable. If you wanted to buy this thing, the pullback on that Friday was good, but I'm not showing up to buy something on the 5th up day in a row. Like, imagine you're showing up to buy this after it's moved 20%. Could it go another 20%? Maybe, but or it could just tighten up on you, and then you're not really going to like that feeling. EQT nat gas. Yeah, look at this base too. Oh, wow. Richie, nice eye, dude. Turk, what's up, brother? If you want to say something, you just got to unmute yourself. Steve, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. The dinosaur is slowly figuring it out with these TV charts. Yeah, good eye on EQT. And once again, it reaffirms buying the pullbacks into ascending moving averages on commodities is the single best place to try and get positioned on these names. MBIS, a little bit of weakness today. Speaking of Oracle, GGAL. Oh, yeah, nice. I'm assuming these things all look identical, right? SUPV, BBAR. Yeah, these things all look identical, Lionel. Look at the ARGT ETF too. Yeah, good eye there.
Little undercut and go.
For a 50K account, would you recommend a different position sizing than what you're doing for a 5? No, I don't think so. Just because remember, like you still have, if you have a 50K account, you still could get onto leverage. So you really have like 100K in buying power. The whole point is to like get comfortable with the amount that you're trading so that like as your account scales, you're not really doing anything differently. You've just like fallen into a good pattern of trading proper size. Vince, it's much smoother, cleaner. Yeah, TV charts are just cleaner. But all of my other charts that I'm looking at are on Thinkorswim. Steve, you're not lying. He said, why is Arrow using TV charts? There was a Black Friday sale. He's not wrong. Yeah, Intel. Oh, man. What a move. And a whole heck of a lot stronger than an NVIDIA, too. Roshan, that's exactly why you size properly to begin with. You know, I noticed Intel a couple days ago, but I didn't put it on my watch list going into Wednesday. So it was on my radar, but just as a potential downtrend line break. But, you know,
Oh, thanks, Steve. I don't know why I didn't have PWR on my universe list.
this is a another one of these powering the grid names and
Yeah.
companies. So let me post this into the room too. Look at these earnings and sales for PWR. Nice chart, right theme, good earnings and sales. A little slow, yes, but it's what you want to see. Right? Not super thrilling, you know, that it moves sub 4% per day, but speaking of, how's ANF looking today?
Good. Really good.
Oh, wow. That high volume close spot definitely worked quickly for this ANF, huh?
Yeah. And when you see that across multiple stocks within the same group, something to take note of. Like Kohl's, same thing. Follow up, and then nice action today.
Yeah, BE not bad. You know, another thing that BE just did too is just a very simple UNR. $88. You know who nails these all the time?
Joe?
Nope.
Oh, PBA?
You know who it is on Twitter. Yeah, PBA.
Yeah.
He loves the UNR. You know who we learned the UNR from? Gil Morales.
Yeah. PBA was kind of the reason that I had learned the support gap stuff, because I would track like his entries on these pullbacks, and then it would very often align with a support gap. So then I just put 2 and 2 together.
Yep, he trades these as UNRs all the time. NGD. Let me just screenshot this chart really quick so we can put it in the education room as well. I copied another one earlier. It was CRDO, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, CRDO. Yeah. I just want to remember because these are like great examples to look at. Definitely some for me to review as well too, because you know, if these trends are going to continue, this is like that low risk spot that, you know, you just get involved at that level and you leave yourself the potential least amount of risk trying to get involved there.
I think coming into Monday we'll be at a nice spot of this rally where you could start to look for some like weaker names that haven't bounced to short on a break with the indexes a bit extended, and then just see like which direction the market pulls you. So let's see, the NASDAQ.
And if the market begins to pull, you're in a couple already.
Right. Yeah, because NASDAQ has bounced, what, 6.5% or so off the lows now?
Mm-hmm.
But there are some names like an Iron, like an Amazon, like into a resistance gap, a Netflix, a Spotify, stuff like that, where if we can get like one more little push up on those names while the market kind of overheats in the short term, it's a nice spot to try. Just give me one more push.
Well, that's like, you know, I'm looking at like this cipher and I'm not suspecting that this thing just goes straight out to a new high. I would suspect that we start to kind of run into some supply here. We saw some of this same kind of action in like this earlier on in like this TSSI, right? Where it's like you were looking to break down and then all of a sudden you start to ramp right back up into those highs. Like, you know, this 30% down move didn't happen. So this was a 38% down move. Then you get your 50% move right back up. And then eventually you kind of roll back over. Not saying Cypher has to play out identical, but it does have some of that same characteristic where you're down 47% and then you get now a 58% rally back up. I mean, we're kind of getting there already where, you know, any more push and who knows, maybe. Yeah, it's also a Mike Alfred stock too.
Who's that again? Is that the
Oh, he's a professional pumper, dude.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking of the right person.
No, he's I don't know. He's been right about iron for a while, but you know, to watch something go to like $80 and then get cut in half and you're just like, no, I'm still sitting in all of it. In fact, I'm going to buy more. Like, what? Yeah, he's Eric Jackson's younger brother.
Did he buy Rigetti at 55?
Oh my God, dude. We've seen quite a bit of that stupidity.
Rigetti's acting like really weak compared to IO and Q.
Oh yeah, Rigetti and Iron, and I happen to be in both of them, so that's a good feeling.
Win-win.
Win-win. The UNR expert, PBA on Twitter, it's just like his preferred entry tactic. Like, doesn't matter when he's buying. That's just like his preferred entry tactic. I like
Same.
UNRs as well. I mean, I know that they work well, especially if you're on the right names, because they're technically supposed to hold up there if they're going to go higher.
Especially at a support gap.
Caterpillar doing a bunch of nothing. Iron doing a bunch of nothing. Just went right on the day. NEM holding in there well. Netflix, hopefully this thing will pull here soon. HIMSAC's interesting. Nah, HIMS is underneath the 200. Look, it could be that this name has bottomed too, but I'm just never interested in stocks below the 200 simple moving average. Not as swing longs, right? There's just the best trends of all time always occur. The biggest moves in stock market history occur above the 200 simple moving average. Just look no further than Palantir. You realize this thing has not gotten below its 200s, or even really, it's since, what day was this? Since the 9th of May, 2023, this thing only tested its 200 day one time. Look at this move. Right? So if I know that the best trends in stock market history occur above the 200 simple moving average, why would I give HIMS my time of day? Look at what HIMS did after it got above its 200 simple moving average here. It got above, it went sideways, and then it went from not $9 all the way to, whatever the hell this was before. You only tested it one time before ultimately going up to $70. So, you're in, but you're looking for the recovery. I mean, to each their own for sure. But, HIMS was actually my biggest winner this year. And I bought HIMS right out of this little low cheat setup. And I remember the day right here, right on this day, the 21st of January. So, and then the last of my position I sold on this gap down, or I think maybe this gap down. I'd have to look, but yeah, I was trimming into this strength. It was my biggest winner this year, and a super nice move it was. But yeah, I mean, you could play the rebound, obviously if that's what makes you comfortable, but the best trends aren't born below the 200. They're born above. FANG trying to go into stage 2. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, we're looking at the same thing, Sean. Nice eye. Yeah, I think FANG is interesting. The one thing I'll say about FANG today is it might be a little bit up, a little too much. Okay, so it moves about 3% per day. It's up like 2.74% off the lows, or to the low. So there's not a whole lot of meat left on the bone. Hold on, let me Penny. Hey. Got my little dogs wrestling in the kitchen. Yeah, so FANG, it's tough. It's a tough one to buy today because of what it's already up. Right? If you were going to buy this, almost buying FANG as it was, taking out prior day higher. A few days ago, you see how tight this day was? Even better on Wednesday. Playing this, for a breakout. But buying it here right now today, I don't know. It makes it a little bit more difficult because it's not like this thing is in a for sure stage 2 uptrend. The one thing I'll say today is crude oil's acting pretty nice. It's just one day though, in something that isn't a downtrend. And obviously something like XOM is helping. Oh, weird. So this one actually got that bad print too. What the heck on the daily? NBIS. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, NBIS could be one of these UNR setups as well. What's the low here? 94.63. So like right here, give or take. Yeah, maybe. It's possible that this is a good one, but it at least has to give a 620 setup as this thing is turning back up. You out to high day? Market's on fire. A lot of stocks look like this too. Fang has a lot of overhead. Yeah, maybe. But also, not really. It does, but it doesn't. Because it looks like it might just be trying to go into stage 2. But I do agree. I mean, obviously, none of this is too pretty. Most of last year. But I do prefer XOM. Yeah, GEV has a nice base going on right now, too. I'm going to assume this has a few... oh, no. No resistance gaps at the moment. Well, that's interesting.
No resistance gaps, and we're bouncing at support gaps.
Huh. Oh, SLV is crazy. All right. The nicest commodity at the moment, silver. Oh, man, this ASML looks so good, too. Yeah, CEG is looking really interesting as well. GEV looks pretty interesting. Yeah, probably one of my favorite charts too. You guys know, like, your classic cup and handle. I mean, ASML is it.
With a nice shakeout in the handle.
Yeah, it's about as classic of a cup and handle as we might ever see.
Ariel, take a look at Tesla.
All right, let me pull it up. Yeah, I see it. Almost $432.
With the gaps on.
Yeah, it's coming right into the so it's getting through a resistance gap now, and it's coming right up into the 50-day.
Yeah, if we could close above that and then just like test the 50-day, pull back and make a higher low, then this is a really kind of quality shakeout base.
Another cup and handle.
Yeah.
Looks really good to me.
Like we're seeing a lot of quality stocks set up here. Just have to be a little bit patient.
You out of here, babe? What time's dinner?
Amba? Are you short Amba? It's a stock that I haven't seen in a very long time. I think this was a 2021 winner, right? Let's see, Amba. Yeah. Yeah, Chime, we built out that higher low while the indexes made lower lows.
I've seen a little bit.
Pushing through the 50-day, right back where we found sellers before. But I don't hate this.
Thoughts on Open Door? Well, it's a little bit weak at the moment. I don't know. I mean, is this thing really doing anything?
I don't think it's doing anything wrong.
No, it's not. No, it's definitely not doing anything wrong. XPEV, I love the bounce back on XPEV. Held the 200-day bounce back, but man, this base here just sucks. I'll tell you what, though, looking at XPEV, buying the dip is better than buying a breakout. That's for sure. Amberilla, I don't know about this one. But right into a support gap, I'm assuming that's probably why you like it. But this kind of looks like a base failure. I don't know. This is kind of where, I get torn when you look at the support gaps and you're bouncing right where you should. But
is this a name that you have to own? Like, no. You want to use that as like your entry tactic, but on still the leading stocks and the leading themes. Just because there's a gap somewhere doesn't mean it's important or you have to trade on it.
Yeah, MSTR bounce. I mean, I thought it was good for like a 2-day trade, 2-3-day trade. Why did Meta bounce that hard? I don't know. Why not?
More buyers than sellers.
It's a good point, Nick. More buyers than sellers. Yes. So that's a great way of Tango. That's such a good way of looking at it. So one of the easiest ways to find great setups is to find nice bases. And then if you look at IAK, which is insurance, we could find so many bases that look just like that one within the insurance sector. So like, I don't know if you've looked at CB already, but like, okay, so there's your IAK base. Now look at CB. Right? There's a big base. And if you want to take it one step further, like what are the biggest holdings within the insurance sector? Like CB is gorgeous. Like not only is this a big daily base, this is also a high type flag setting up here. Now it's slow, but you get the picture. TRV is another one, new highs. Allstate, ALL, same thing, looking just like CBB, big base, high type flag. HIG, what is this, Hartford or whatever?
The Hartford.
Yeah, it's the same. They're all doing the same thing. So yes, that's a great way of doing it. Speaking of undercut rallies, because they've been working so well. Gotta keep my eyes on this NBIS. Set this alert a little higher. Lemonade had a high volume close setup. Yeah, I in an ideal world, it doesn't go today. You get this little inside day, you get a small check back, and then you build a higher low and good to go on like Tuesday next week.
Nvidia still staying heavy. Google looks great.
Yeah, what's up, my love? You're what? No, didn't you say they're at and Alyssa's? Right? Maybe. Lemonade's all cup, no handle. I mean, it's not bad though. This is, we're kind of building a high type flag up here. I don't really hate the way. I would just love a small, like, I don't want to be the one to buy it basically on the 4th, 5th up day in a row. Just check back, and then I could buy that higher low setup. Yeah, Strata. Yeah, we do. How do I identify the best stocks within that ETF? So literally go through the names in that group. And then if you want to take it one step further, which have really clean technical setups, Tango, and then which have really good earnings and sales, right? The thing that's going to attract an institution is, do you have accelerating earnings and sales? If you don't have accelerating earnings and sales, why would an institution be interested in that name other than the fact that it's in a good group? But if they're trying to like put their money somewhere in a company that makes money, right? Being in a place, in a name that has accelerating earnings and sales is the best thing ever, right? Imagine a company that grows their earnings 30% quarter over quarter. That's what you want. That's really what you want. Mr. White, till the end of the month. What advice do you have for transitioning to full-time trading? Perhaps something you didn't considered before. I mean, it's hard to be it's hard to support yourself trading full time unless like you can cover all your bills through trading. So until you know you can do that, then don't quit your day job. But never stop learning, right? Like that shouldn't deter anybody from like learning.
And when you do make that jump, try to take it way slower than you want to. Because when I made that transition, I was like, all right, now I need to make money to cover rent. Every single like trading day has to be green. And that is a very stressful way to trade. And I don't recommend that.
All right. I don't really see a whole lot to do out here for myself, unfortunately. Like
It's not
even
unfortunate.
MSTR just gave back this morning's push pretty quickly. Are you guys taking trades during this time or just scanning the market? Yeah, well, the only trade that I took today was XOM. That's all I took. Just as a really simple 5-minute opening range break. That's the only thing I've done today. And then just kind of keep an eye on what I already have.
Yeah, I tried DVLT super small and did not get traction. So now it's just time to watch.
Caterpillar's approaching the high volume close level. Yeah, it's got some work to do. It's got a little bit of work to do to get there. How are the numbers on your left chart highlighting by color without the background? I'm confused. How are the numbers on your left chart highlighted by color? You mean these? These are the moving averages. These are just the prices of the individual moving averages that I might have. Yep. Thank you, Theo, for helping clear that up. What's up, Danny? So if I have 100K in my account, will you ever use the two? Yeah, if the market is friendly enough and I can get myself into enough positions using progressive exposure, then yeah, man, if the market is good, I want to get on leverage, but the market doesn't always really allow me to do that. Like, I don't force the issue. The market either allows me to get on leverage or it doesn't. Trust me, as much as I would have wanted to get on leverage, this year, I just haven't been able to, despite how strong the market is. And also, like, right, I'm still human, and like taking like very big positions is tough to do, man. So like, I always, kind of lean on the side of caution a little bit. Because I don't like my losses being very big. Like I have to get traction on my already open positions before I go looking for more. Google, a little bit of a pullback here. Yeah, Bloom, very nice for Bloom. Nice reclaim of the 50 simple moving average today. Danny, nice work, dude. Mr. White, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Yo, I manage risk. How you doing, brother? I switched to TradingView for charting, although all my other charts that you're not seeing are Thinkorswim. FCHW. Not the best. Upstart is a definite no way. Yeah, there's no chance I'm buying Upstart at all, though. Could be that this thing just rallies right back into the 200. That's cool, but not a chart for me. SRE, now we're talking. Now this SRE looks... Utilities as well. Good eye, dude.
Right theme.
Yeah, right theme. Not bad earnings and sales. What's the liquidity here, though? SRE. The only problem with SRE? It's so slow. It's just so deadly slow. Moves 2% per day. Can't do it. Plenty of liquidity. Just not enough. The gray line is a SMA, and it's the 150. The EMA on the right-hand side is the same thing. I've like always kept the colors the same. It's like a mental thing. Yeah, Bloom. Bloom's still pushing. Silver right at highs, no budging. SRE is for senior traders. And by senior traders, you don't mean like super experienced. You mean like 65 and older.
If you didn't pay full price at Denny's, you can trade SRE.
If you didn't pay full price at Denny's, SRE is for you. Yeah, this ERO is nice. This was a nice little low cheat setup right there a few days ago too. Right off the 50-day. Commodities, just burn this into your brain. They're better bought off of ascending moving averages. With that said, XOM better work too. This thing better go on to work for me. Yeah, again, off the 50, off the 50, off the 200. Can't make that up. Just off of ascending moving averages. Yeah, ERO. Just perfect. This thing's almost at like new multi-year highs for copper. Citigroup. Yep, Citigroup. This looks like a potential new all-time closing high too. And KRE is another one that looks like a downtrend break. Nice double bottom off the 200 basically too. It'll be interesting to see because if KRE works, this IWM has such a giant base as well. Like it's good to zoom out on the IWM. Very nice. It looks like the IWM's ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lorenzo, I'll definitely add some. Toby, did you grab some SNDK? I mean, you mentioned it too as a possible bounce setup. Not bad. It definitely popped right back up where you wanted it to. You're 7% on margin? Oh, wow. That's amazing. Third week in a row with a 4% weekly gain. So you're really up like 15% in the last 3 weeks. That's awesome. I mean, it looks like you own some really nice names. I wouldn't do anything. I mean, what is there really for you to do? Just let your names work. Yeah, Reddit today. Super. NGD. Super nice chart too, man. These gold names, all of them, Steve. I forget. I think it was RGV over the weekend who posted like that list of gold and silver miners. I think New Gold was one we kind of talked about. Very nice going into today. And I mean, look at the continuation. Again, I have a tough time buying something, on the 5th up day in a row, but you break out and I mean, look at this thing. So nice. Super, super nice. Any tips for managing my portfolio if I'm traveling for the next 2 weeks? No access to my screeners or tools? No, just trail what you own. Raise your stops if you've had them for a little bit, and then just trail what you continue to own. Yeah, if you're in names for like the last 2 days, 3 days, and it's working for you, I think just let it continue to work. But if you own something for like the last 2, 3 days and you're flat on it, you could probably expect the market to at least give a check back here at some point for a day or two. At which case you could probably look for higher low setups would be my thinking. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Yeah, I don't own anything in the silver space. Mistake? I feel like it is, man, because silver's so much stronger too. So much stronger. Yeah, that's a great question. So when would you look to close a working position? Here's a great answer for you. Never. And let me explain. So if you have a stock that's working for you, the way I kind of like to treat it is you're going to get like a really tight, like, okay, for instance, let's just take like NEM, for example. So I buy this thing on Wednesday, right? Today is day 2, but it's not really doing anything. Let's just assume that on Monday, I get another push to like $94, right? Now I'm on day 3 since I bought it, and I would look to trim like a third of my position. And then at that point, I'm just trailing on the 10 simple moving average with my stop at flat. So no matter what happens, I'll have locked in some money. And then the only other time, like once I get down to about half my position into strength, I'm just trailing it until we get 7 times its ATR from the 50. So it gets 7 times its average true range from the 50. I trim, 10%, let's say, of what I have left. And then it gets 8 times its ATR from the 50. I'll trim some more. And then 9 times I'll trim some more. 10 times I'll trim some more, etc. Until I'm effectively very, very small on that position. Once we're 10, 11, 12 times, like at that point, I want to have basically nothing left in that stock. But I don't want you to like ever just think about, oh, I'm going to sell it all into strength, unless you were in like some parabolic move where it's just moved 200-300%, or 200% from your entry in like a month. And then you're like, okay, I got to just get out of this thing. But otherwise, you just want to continue to trail until you get extended from the 50, trim into that strength, and then just continue to hold against, an ascending 10 and 20 day. And then if it were to set back up and tighten up, you'd want to add to that position as if you didn't own it, but you're waiting for like another daily setup. But yeah, you don't want to get rid of your best stuff. You want to just hold it. I mean, that's like what's going on with some of your positions. That's the best case scenario. Just hold them. Intel, depends. If you bought Intel on Wednesday and it's moving like it is now, I don't know that I would trim it at all, really. I mean, this thing is acting too good to even want to trim. If it were to like somehow start to roll back over and trigger a 620 setup back to the downside, like, okay, maybe you go ahead and trim some off. But otherwise, I don't know that I would want to. Roshan, when we're coming out of a correction, like a steeper correction, that's when I'm comfortable going 10% positions right away. Otherwise, like I will personally, start a little smaller And I always like to trim into, so like when you're coming out of a consolidation, you'll typically get like an explosive 2, 3, 4, 5 day move. I want to pay myself into that. And then I reduce my risk for a potential pullback. And then if there is another continuation setup on that chart, I'm happy to add some more or even buy it if I didn't already own it. And I treat it like a brand new position as if I didn't already have it. So that's just my thinking. So like, if I'm buying like a high type flag breakout and then I get that 3 to 5 day move, I'll trim into that strength and then I'll wait for a higher low setup and then I'll add to it as a higher low. Yeah, frog does look good, huh? Yeah, maybe they'll be able to move that gap indicator over to deep view soon.
Yeah, I would hope so. We'll see. The more people that ask them, the quicker they'll do it.
Straight flush. That's actually a good question, and let me explain the nuance. So what if you have a stock that is up 3% after 5 days? Do you trim, move the stop up to break even, or nothing? So, okay. One, I want to know how quick the stock moves anyway. I'm assuming I'm trading a stock that moves like 3 to 4 to 5% per day, right? If it's up 3% after like 3 days, it's not really moving at all. So then I have to ask myself, what's the market doing? If the market's just absolutely tanking, and maybe not tanking per se, but just like, let's say in those same 5 days, the market's down 4% itself, right? Then I say to myself, well, you know what? I'm in a stock that's showing relative strength. Like, let me just maybe move my stop to break even or hold it at the low of the day that I bought it because it's showing such relative strength. But if the market's like ripping and we are at all-time highs and my stock's up 3% after 5 days, then I actually own a stock that's showing relative weakness. So I don't really want to own a stock that's showing relative weakness at all. And if you're up 3% in 5 days, but the market's up 3% in 5 days, I would expect my stock to be outperforming. I want to be in stocks that are outperforming, right? That's the whole idea. Somebody asked why my yearly returns are so low. You were expecting triple digits. Sorry to crush your expectations. So you were expecting me to be up more than 8 figures this year. Sounds good. Guys, it's again, I'm human. It's hard for me to put $2 million into every single trade that I take, right? Like the numbers still matter to me. Like, I don't know. People are just like, yeah, like I like scaling up. I've done a decent job at that, but like, making 15, $20 million in a year is not like just some easy task. Nikki, you're really disappointed in me. I know. I'm disappointed in myself too. And by the way, too, like if I do 30% a year for like the next 30 years in my career, I should about be a billionaire. So, I'll be all right. Don't worry about me. Focus on you.
30% a year is great.
Yeah. If I do 30% a year, I'll be all right. You'd expect me to have the same percent return as Martin Shkreli. Why don't you ask him what he did to his $1 million account and blew it up to zero and then restarted it with 25K? Why don't you talk to Martin? See how Martin's really doing. I have scalps that are bigger than Martin's entire portfolio. I don't want to talk about Martin taking his little 25K account. I'm up 500%. Yeah, why don't you tell us about the year of your life you wasted being short quantum stocks? Oh, and by the way, blew up your $1 million portfolio. Martin Shkreli. My literal 2-day scalps make more than Martin's entire portfolio. How did you scan for NGD? Well, if you weren't paying attention to the gold sector, you should have been, because this has been showing strength for quite some time, right? PAAS, HL, IAG, right? Like all of these names should have been hitting your radar, right? So you scan for it by looking at the underlying group. Like SLV should have been on your radar. There's no reason SLV as an ETF should not be on your radar. It's building higher lows. It's right near highs. It's tightening up. I mean, and then you're looking at gold and silver. Alan, no, because it doesn't make any difference. Like mentally, this is a good question. Have I thought about making a $1 million or a 500K account so I can take some additional positions? No, because naturally, I'm not thinking about the portfolio that I'm trading, but my net worth, right? Like, so for instance, when I'm trading my fiance's account, I'm very, very aggressive, because if I were to blow up her small portfolio, I'm not really, like, we're not stressed about it. So I get much more aggressive on her account because it just doesn't matter.
Watching you trade her account stresses me out.
Yeah, like I'm going full portfolio on her positions. Why? Because it's like me taking a 1% position. Okay, this NBIS is pretty interesting, honestly. If this market's going to keep pressing too. No time to build cushion today. What do we have? Like 2.5 hours left in the day. Well, I grew my portfolio quickly in 1 year. So from June 1st of 2020 to June, basically until I got kicked off TD Ameritrade, I made my first $3 million. By the end of that first year, I was just under $5 million. So within the first 18 months, and it was all done through day trading. No, I haven't talked to Spud in forever. I like Spud too. He's a good dude. I haven't talked to him in forever. He was like Weeple's most followed trader. I've mentioned it before. If you haven't watched any of like my interviews before, I would do that. I traded Sympathy plays. That was like, and I scalped, right? So literally in an up market, pullbacks to prior areas of resistance turned into support. And I just scalped and scalped and scalped and scalped. And then I traded Sympathy plays like for single day and like 2-day moves. So like you would get your big intraday runner. I would load into the Sympathy play and then I would scalp it. And sometimes I would hold it overnight and catch the overnight gap up. And that was it. That was literally the game. So we've been seeing, Nikki, some of these UNRs work. So, we'll just find out if they're still going to be working. Obviously, we got some overhead supply to churn through, but we're just in a strong market, it seems like. So I can't even, even like a name like Cypher, these things just aren't stopping. And even this is giving, UNRs. So, and it's funny because look at where it paused on Friday and then on Monday, just really nice. We'll find out. Would be helpful, obviously, if CoreWeave could also start to perk up, and then Oracle as well. If these names just kind of keep rolling over, it's going to be a pain in the ass to get MBIS to follow through. But yeah, it's hard, Aaron, for people to really grasp how insane 2021 was and 2020. And if you were around in that environment, like how well Sympathy plays worked. It was no effort at all to watch TCAT going and then just literally start hammering DLPN with 20, 30, 40,000 shares. And then you catch a $1 move in 4 minutes. There were literally times when it's like you're making $20,000, $30,000 in 4 or 5 minutes of life. It's like it was the most insane environment ever. And like you're just buying a pullback, like just buying the dip. And then a few minutes later, the thing was ripping because TCAT was on the move. And I was doing the same thing with like Mosey and WISA when LEDS was running, and doing the same thing when like GME was running. You're just buying the hell out of AMC or COS. It's very easy to do. It's very, very easy to do.
Am I doing the math right here? We've got 1 hour left today.
No, I think we close at 1, so we got 2 hours left today.
2 hours.
The pain point is that holding 30 to 70% of a position after a 30% trim is super hard, especially during a pullback. You will feel urgency to sell all immediately when you see a red bar. How do you hold through the pullback? No, you just follow your rules. If your rule is after you trim some into strength, you've improved your worst case scenario. If the worst case scenario is I'm moving my stop up to break even, or let's say the 20-day has caught up to your average, I'm using a close below the 20 simple moving average, then that's all you're doing. You're just holding for a close of the 20 simple moving average. So that's it. It's 1 hour till close.
Yeah, I think it's 1 Eastern.
That would be nice. The high volume close would be nice. Yeah, wow, Rivian. Look at this thing go over the last few days, huh?
It's back.
I know that's Fox's stock right there. Yeah, FSLR looks good. I thought it was even better on Wednesday. Yeah, Aaron, it was absolutely nuts back then. And they didn't make it difficult at all. Right? Every couple of days it was a new theme. Like if you traded at that time, do you remember like the COVID stocks like Sorrento or VBIV? I mean, these things were all just running off of each other. APT, I think, was another one. I mean, it was just nuts.
A different time.
It was indeed a different time. The good old days. Yeah, ASML is a nice looking chart. The daily here is just, oh, wow. And it's about to trigger my alert. It looks so good. ASML looks just amazing. Yeah, just hit my alert. So nice. Don't know that I buy this one today, but silver, not bad. It's in the right group. Probably a touch thin would be my guess. This ASM. Yeah, it trades like what, 29 million bucks a day? That's far too thin. MTA, yeah, this one's also way too thin. Don't look at names that, don't trade a lot of volume. They're moving, but there's better. Figs, super beaten up IPO. Yeah, not bad. It's coming back around. IBIT, yeah, IBIT selling off a little bit too, and it's just taking MSTR with it as well. VLO reclaiming the 10-day. Steve, on your scans, is energy something that's starting to regain strength? It kind of looks like it is from what I'm seeing. PARR, Dino. Dino's trying to reclaim the 50 as well. Yeah, by day 3, I like to have trimmed some of my position. Absolutely. Danny, I never have to look at silver again. You know why? Oh, yeah, EQT. Look at this thing.
There we go. That's my other annual pick. It was Roblox and EQT.
Beautiful. And this one's got a nice chance to maybe do better than Roblox for you.
I think so, by these trends.
Yeah, look at this thing, dude. It's already up. What's going on here? 33%, not bad.
Yeah.
Got to reset this alert on silver, department stores, and gold leading the past week. Yeah, department stores, definitely. Oh, INSW. A little bit of pressure on some of these names. STNG. Yep. TNK. All right, well, what the hell? Why is this already triggering? I need this alert a little higher. American Airline. Oh, yeah. Delta. Look at Delta, too. Why does this thing keep triggering already? SoFi. Yeah, a lot like the other stocks that we've seen recently, just bouncing back a couple days in a row. A lot of these growth names look very, very similar. Like SoFi looks a lot like CRDO. You know, why is that? Because it's the same capital flows going into about all of these names. Does Costco look like a failed stage 4? No, it just still looks like a potential stage 4. The 200-day is going down, and so is the 50-day. So, you know, just because it's bouncing here, you know, it could also be a double bottom on the weekly. Nobody knows, but it doesn't look all that amazing. Hard to call something a failed stage 4 breakdown until it reclaims the 200 simple moving average. Again, I would encourage you to like look at an MMYT and then say to yourself, you know, even during these pops, is this a failed stage 4? Well, no, not really, because you never really established yourself back above the 200. All you really did was just continue to reject right at that 200-day until eventually you rolled over. So we don't know how long Costco is going to do absolutely nothing below the 200 until it begins to really fail. Oh, yeah, Intel. The best semiconductor at the moment. Kind of crazy to say. And the ES and the QQQ are at highs. Microsoft definitely helping. How would you enter a short on Costco given the bounce against a declining moving average? In an ideal world, against the 200.
Turn on the gap zones.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, especially because we are getting a bounce in like retail type names. I would be even like more patient shorting Costco, like give it room to run into that. Like if retail was super weak, then you could probably just like find a spot, little uppercut and fail on Costco. But because that group's kind of coming back, I'd give it a little bit more room. But then they've got earnings on the 12th or the 11th. So tough.
I do agree with you, Sean, though. Don't go against the Trumpster and his stock picks. Don't go against Trump. Don't go against Nancy Pelosi. Unless you want to get squeezed.
How's TMQ doing?
TMQ?
Yeah, or LAC.
Oh, LAC, yeah. LAC looks, like trash still.
Yeah. You don't want to chase those names either.
You got flushed out on EXK? How the hell did that happen? I'm assuming probably like one of these days in here. Yeah, if you didn't buy it back, obviously, tough, but that's all right. It happens, dude. And SILJ, the Silver Junior Miners. Yeah, man. The best of the bunch at the moment. Even better, way better than my NEM. That's for damn sure. Unity. US Steel is what the government owns, so X. I mean, X, this is a barcode. Are they getting bought out? What's going on here? This isn't even trading at the moment.
Yeah, they're not trading anymore.
Oh, I was about to say, it's not even trading. Oh, it was bought by Nippon? Yeah, well, I don't even know if that's the case with the news. Yeah, Unity, I just don't know how much I love getting involved here. Like, I just don't see a good enough setup. But if we could build one more little higher low, this isn't such a bad low cheat setup. And this would be, Lorenzo, this would be another potential for a low cheat setup, right? You're not quite breaking the highs, which are up here, but your expectation is that you're just kind of sneaking in before you get to those highs. So if you could just build out a little bit longer here and then get through like that 4860s, Unity would be a low cheat setup. XOP pushing, that's what we want to see. Oil and gas exploration looks a little like FANG. Look at this XOP and then look at FANG. Same thing.
Makes sense.
Washout, sideways, trying to break out. XOP, same thing. Washout, sideways, trying to break out. Did I break even your XOM? I don't understand. I bought XOM today. Outbreak even. How would that even be possible? I've just been sitting here all day since I bought it. There's nothing really for me to do with it unless we were to get some super ugly close, but we only have 45 minutes left. Oh, move my stop loss to break even? No. My stop loss is going to be this 50 simple moving average unless we get like some super disgusting close, like all the way back down to like 115.20 or 115.30. Then I'll just get rid of it because I don't want to hold flat over the weekend. But otherwise, I'm just going to hold it and give it a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, look at Meta go. SLV, big dump? No, not really. I mean, you're looking at a 5-minute chart, but are you looking at the daily? Right? The daily is not right. You're looking at that. I'm looking at this. This daily looks fantastic. Right? Focusing too much on what a 5-minute chart's doing is not good for the health. Jose, you have to kind of do what makes you comfortable. I like personally trimming like a third to half, anywhere kind of between that. But it also depends like where your stocks are compared to like when you bought them. Like if they haven't really pushed, or if they have, and you're like, no, I think that these are leaders and can go higher, then something like at least a break even stop is good too. Yeah, the plan is to add to XOM on an actual base breakout here. So if you look at like the weekly, my plan is to add to this thing when it starts to actually break this weekly range. When that happens, I'll be there to add. And at that point, I'm hopeful that crude oil is acting a little bit better. No, nothing. NEM, I mean, I own it. I bought it on Wednesday, so there's really nothing left for me to do here. Just let it work. If it doesn't work, then, it doesn't work. Reddit does look good. Reddit looks good. Maybe for next week, too. The weekly on this thing looks interesting. Just like a big old cup and handle. Here's your cup. Here's your handle. Why NEM instead of AEM? I mean, tomato. I just, pick the one that's not moving as awesome. They're the same thing, right? They're the same charts. Same charts, same industry group. Almost, both got enough liquidity. What I should have done is gone with a silver instead. NEE being a utility. Yeah, this NEE looks good too. One inside day, and this could be good on Tuesday. Just give us an inside day Monday, and then that could be awesome. What's up, my boy? You want to come back up here with me? It's a slow day. It's a slow day.
I love all the new pet picks. I went through that last night.
Pet pick room. Just NEM was just a simple 5-minute opening range break as well. Right, that's it. Nothing too complicated here. Just a little bit of a breakout. I was a touch even late to it, if I'm not entirely mistaken. And 88.33 at the moment on NEM. So even just a little bit later than I would have hoped, but yeah, just as soon as we were taking out prior day high, and more importantly, is NEM was in a group that was acting well, right? And this is a slow enough mover where, when you're risking to low of day, it's like, what's 1.4% risk? I mean, it's nothing, right? It's nothing. We know each other from social media, and his hometown is like 5 minutes away from mine.
Yep. Just did a Twitter space one day, saw that he lived around Chicago, then met up for dinner.
That's it. Oh, yeah, VRT, nice one. Look at this one, too. Super tight day on Wednesday, and today pushing out higher. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, man, that's just starting to shape up again. Could take a little bit longer to finish out a nice base, but, I mean, can we really complain? You bought AMD at 200. I thought on Friday it was a nice, or what was this? This was on the undercut and rally of last Friday's lows. So this would have been on Tuesday. Tuesday, a really nice UNR of last Friday's lows. Yeah, TSM. This thing looks good too. TSM's looking pretty good. CRDO's looking pretty good. ASML's looking pretty good. LRCX is looking fairly similar. KLAC is looking pretty dang good. ALB's probably I'm sorry. Not ALB. Shoot, why am I blanking? What's the other semiconductor that got beaten up?
CRDO?
No. Not ARM. ALAB. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Alan. ALAB. Oracle's not a semi, but this one still kind of trades very poorly. Yeah, ALAB's still probably just off the radar for now. Yeah, Marvell recently has been better too. Yeah, look at Marvell. Right into the 200 day and a nice bounce as well. This thing's got some work to do, though. It's been one of the laggards in the semi space. Going into the weekend, and this is how MSTR is acting, huh?
Trash.
Man, poor Michael Saylor. Did you see the tweet that they put out? Strategy. If Bitcoin goes all the way down to our cost basis, don't worry about it.
Oh, good.
Like, technically, we're good all the way till 25K. It's like, all righty then.
Not what I would want to hear, as I guess, I mean, it is what someone holding on from much higher would want to hear, that they're not going to get liquidated. But like, Bitcoin itself bounced pretty well off the lows here, from 80K to 92K, like 15%. And MSTR bounced 12. It's supposed to be like a leveraged Bitcoin, and it's just getting crushed.
Victoria's Secret fresh highs. Yeah, man. What a monster chart. It's just been in such a steady trend too. Macy's, Kohl's, the Gap. Speaking of gaps, this one didn't quite get filled. It actually, that's right where it rejected.
Yep.
AEO. Oh yeah, here's another one. What's up, buddy? You go outside? I'm gonna let my dogs out real quick. You go outside? All right. American Eagle. Yeah, hard to say that this chart looks bad. FCX is pretty interesting. Copper name. Yeah, I really don't hate the way this thing is acting. It's not like I love it because we're just still stuck inside this pretty sloppy range for the time being, but not bad. Not bad. I prefer SCCO, Hudson. And hopefully this thing will just give me a higher low setup here. Again, like I was not prepared for SCCO and these undercut rallies. If you were, then great. But it was buyable, on what is this, Monday? I wasn't really ready for that. Netflix right into my kind of a key area again and starting to roll over. So really like right in here, and also a few days ago, it had this spot that I'm kind of interested in, which was this push also coincided with this level of support. So like a prior level of support right in here, turning into potential resistance right in here. Ideally, it would take the market starting to pull back a little bit for me to want to add something like this, but it's the ideal scenario. FLNC. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this spot. Remember, like not all 620 setups are viable. Here's the reality, Feisty. Like when I see a 620 setup, it's an entry tactic. but what is your daily setup? Right? Like I don't have one here. This isn't a high or low. This isn't a low cheat. This isn't a flat base breakout. This isn't an earnings gap. This isn't a high volume close. This isn't an undercut and reclaim. So it's like the daily chart doesn't have what I'm looking for yet. So I don't really have a daily setup with FLNC. It's fine. It's showing strength. I can leave it on my radar. I can wait for a higher low and then a break of prior day high. But like the first thing I'm asking myself is, okay, not every 620 setup is a reason to buy or to sell something. But more importantly, take it one step further to the big picture. What is the big picture for you? Like, what is your daily entry tactic, right? It's not a high or low. It's not a UNR. It's not a low cheat. It's not a flat base. It's not a high tight flag. It's not an earnings gap up. It's not a high volume close. So it's like, what is it? Well, it's nothing. It's just stuck in a range, bouncing off the 50. And then I'm now buying it on day 3 because it's back above all key moving averages. Like, that's fine if that's how you want to play it, but it's not really a setup that I'm trading. So that's the first question I have for myself is, what is the setup that I'm trading? If this is not falling into a category, I love that it's built higher lows off the 50. I mean, this is encouraging to see. You know, we're in a pretty nice range here. Built a higher low, we're bounced off the 50. You know, it's in kind of that right. I want to say it's a utility. Is that right? I think.
Yep.
It's a utility. You know, you've got NEE to kind of, you know, guide you, but I'll just wait until I have a daily setup, at least a higher low. And then I can buy it taking out a prior day high. FLNC's battery storage. Thank you. Is it similar to like EOSE? So that's like step 1. What's the daily setup? Step 2 is, what's your entry tactic? Step 3, obviously, is how's the group and how's the market acting, right? So it's like, that's my daily setup. This thing's triggering because this is my entry tactic. How's the market? How's the group? Is the group doing well? All right. Well, now I've got my entry tactic triggering, and this is my daily setup. Like, there's your checklist. AA, Alcoa. There it is. This is aluminum. Very nice aluminum. So, but I'm not like, don't take your eyes off of it because you like it, right? It like keeps hitting your radar for a reason. Well, that's important. Silver miners dominating today. Oil and gas number 2. Bitcoin miners kind of slipped a little bit. Somebody mentioned this SEI as well. All right. And then WFRD, Weatherford, just starting to get back above the 200 as well. Tidewater is another one that I actually like. Oof, CoreWeave. Well, that's not going to help my NBIS. CoreWeave hanging out at the lows of the day. Yeah, that's not going to be helpful at all. If I don't have like, you know, some kind of a decent close on NBIS, I'll just cut it too at the close. You know, these UNRs have kind of been working, but last thing I want to do is just get too stubborn going into the weekend. Eat the teeny tiny loss and then, you know, just kind of come back to the drawing board with a clean slate. Caterpillar fine. NEM fine. Can I run through my last why did I do that trade? Yeah, CoreWeave. This was my last why did I do that trade. I want to say it was on this day, October 16th. I don't know that I'll be able to go back far enough, but let me see. Yeah, right in here. I thought I was buying a break of prior day high, and then I got stopped out a few hours later, and then I chased it back higher, and then I got stopped out again before the end of the day because I was just like, all right, I'm not going to hold red going into tomorrow. And I knew I shouldn't have bought it again because at this point it was already up more than its average daily range. So that was my last why the hell did I do that trade? But at least I didn't stay stubborn. This thing looks like shit. I don't know. I haven't looked at CoreWeave for their industry groups. I'll still rely on FinViz or I rely on DeepView.
I thought you were going to say SNDK for the why did I do that trade?
Oh, man, I had a few why did I do that trades on SNDK for sure. So on shortened weeks, IWN tends to do better.
That's what I've heard.
I wonder what the reason for that is. Yeah, Tesla barcoding today. AVGO a nothing burger today, but it's also up a bunch. AMD nothing today. Intel an absolute monster today. Oh my goodness, still going. MU nothing. Palantir nothing. Iron weak. CRDO. Very strong CRDO. Marvell. You know, this CRDO is actually getting into an interesting spot with this resistance gap too.
Yeah, but with all the power, like I wouldn't be buying at the resistance gap there, but I wouldn't just like take it off my radar because of that.
Can't believe CleanSpark's acting this well today too. Look where this one's starting to fail a little bit as well, Nick.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. You know, you were talking about maybe this is the week. This is the week. Holy Carvana too. What the
Retail.
COHR. SoFi. Cypher. Dell. Open
MSTZ.
About to say a little bit of a pull there. What happened with MSTZ? Working nicely.
MSTZ with the casual 14.5% off its lows.
Love it. Yeah, Lily, finally, like a first red day setup. I don't have any data on resistance measured by blocks versus gaps. No. All right, let me know if that's better. Yeah, hopefully Reddit gives us a setup, man. Oklo starting to fade a little bit. Yeah, open door gave back quite a bit of that morning put. In fact, it gave it all up and back below the 50 simple moving average as well, and through a resistance gap. Wolf was another one that was pushing today, coming back. Not the best closes for some of these crypto names. MSTR almost red on the day. I'm assuming that means BMNR is kind of following suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Shortened week. It tends to perform well. INCY. Yeah, there could be. But Ed, is there any reason why you maybe wouldn't want to take it? Is there any reason why you maybe wouldn't want to take INCY here? Looks good, but any thoughts? No. I'm glad you're still learning, but you have any thoughts on maybe why you wouldn't want to take it? Because we only have 20 minutes left in the day. Right? It's not extended. It's a little slow, right? Moving like 3% per day isn't totally exciting. But, only having 20 minutes left to get some kind of a cushion on your name, not the best kind of timing, right? But what could we say? Do you see how this thing bounced at the 20-day just a few days ago? Well, what if this thing is taking out prior day high on Monday? Could that not be considered a higher low setup? Where this is a low and this is a low. So you just be waiting for it to take out a prior day high and play it as a higher low. It's definitely in a cleanup trend. And it really looks like it could be a high type flag. But with this little bit of time left in the day, right, is it even worth, doing it? Speaking of not going to hold this one into the close either, will be NBIS. Not a good enough close to hold it over the weekend. MSTR going red, coin giving it back. CoreWeave's not helping NBIS even in the slightest either. News of a potential Apple deal for Intel. Fitch ratings. Growing bubble risk could pressure credit. Holy shit. Even Rich Fitch is out here like, yeah, sorry, guys. You're out of here again? Holy shit. This woman keeps leaving. Where are you going this time?
All right, guys, what should the Feedback Friday topic be today? Did we get any good questions? Let's see. kind of forgot it was Friday. Let's see.
All right.
Yeah, if you guys have any topics for Feedback Friday, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what the entry was. If you bought Intel on Wednesday, you're sitting pretty dang nice right now. And, you would just be able to cleanly hold it over the weekend. Holding it over the weekend, if you're like just buying it here, yeah, I don't know about all that. But CoreWeave, you're such a turd, dude. Yep. Silver miners, buy a mile today. Buy a mile. Time to add Netflix? No, just too late in the day. I do see that it's triggering a 620 setup to the downside, but just too late in the day. I'll deal with it on Monday. Yeah, Clean Spark also triggered a 620 setup to the downside just a moment ago too. Oh yeah, I'm holding XOM into the weekend. Yeah, I'm still short Netflix. I'm short from $110. No plans on leaving just yet. The 20 simple moving average for me on Netflix. If I get stopped out at flat, I get stopped out at flat. I'm not concerned about that.
Some of these quantum names are putting in some tight days. Kind of look like bear flags.
Some bear flags on the quantums.
Yeah, QUBT, probably the best one. Brigetti still super weak.
Yeah, this Baker Hughes is a nice daily too. Yeah, and it's already out to highs basically. Oil and gas. Right, if I'm not mistaken. BKR. Oil and gas equipment services. Tomato.
The NASDAQ weekly looks nice. Little 3-week pullback and open on the low, close on the high. Same with SPY. Why is ARKK lagging IWO and QQQ so much?
Well, I mean, Kathy's top holdings are Tesla, Coin, Hood, Roku.
Man, I don't get the Roku pick.
No, she's had it for years. Am I focused on names? Yeah, my focus is always initially on names above their 50 simple moving average. But if a name reclaims that, then I'm all good with it. Look at Cypher too. You get that couple of day bounce in a row. It's very TSSI kind of, right? You get that you get that breakdown, you get that multi-day bounce, and then eventually, was today that day on Cypher? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Could be. Now, how do I get like a little highlighted circle? Jeez. Something like this. Maybe. Head and shoulders. A head and shoulder pattern. The last one that traded pretty well as a head and shoulder was Oklo. Same thing. Same concept. NXT. I don't know. These solars have just started a potential nice uptrend. I mean, I guess they've been in it for a little while, but
they've been so frustrating to trade.
Yeah, just hard to get into. Home builders. Let's take a peek. DHI, nice push there. LEN, Toll.
BLD.
Yeah, BLD, Pulte. Yeah, not bad. Another, just a classic cup and handle. You bought Rivian? When'd you buy Rivian? 11.25, 15 and a half. Love that. Kind of chased it up that day though a little bit, didn't you? I mean, 15 and a quarter. I mean, look, it's looking great right now. Today could very well be day 3 though. So if your entry was a break of prior day high and it's up, 10% plus, the real question is, do you trim a little into the strength and then just let it work? And then in a few days, when you take out this base, do you just add more? I guess that's the question. Yeah, Apple. Tough to take a market down when Apple's at all-time highs like this. Oof. You. It's not telling us anything about uranium names, is it? Oh, yeah. CCJ is coming down a little bit. UEC, GEV, or wait, CEG, GEV, BWXT. Yeah, EOSE, not bad. Yeah, that's the question. Was today a good day to tag some cipher? I mean, iron stayed super weak too. Iron stayed super weak. Netflix kind of rejecting that area that I'm interested in almost to the T. Just an area of prior support showing up as resistance. ASML again. Talk about strength.
Ooh, look at that rally on the NASDAQ into the close.
Michael Burry just started a Substack, and we're bearish.
I don't think you're allowed to be bearish with the price action this week.
You bought the high volume close on ANF? You bought it at 92 though? Yeah, I mean 90 and a half was definitely the better spot. I can't be too mad at your 92 because it's working so well. You know, you get a move like this and you start to pull back just a little bit. You have to, be expecting at least a 1 day pull on the market here pretty soon. But yeah, I would, if it were me, I'm probably getting off of a third of my position. A third probably is all I would do too. A third and then stop to break even. All right, can we get a better close on? Oh, we only got 3 minutes left anyway. No, not that bad. Not bad, MBIS. Just hang on in there, buddy. Meta. What a push into the close, too. Wow.
So in 5 trading days, from like midway through Friday through today's half day, NASDAQ up 6.5%. What a monster move.
Ever since Michael Burry started his Substack.
It's tough.
He starts a Substack and we start ripping. Yeah, and the market's doing all of this without NVIDIA. Yeah, market doesn't care. Market doesn't seem to be caring about NVIDIA at the moment. When everything else is rallying, it just allows for NVIDIA to do nothing, which is good. Financials are rallying. Unity's cool. I think tighten up a little bit more under this low cheap pivot could be nice. Oh yeah, VRT closing super strong as well. Oh wow. So many names on fire into the close. And then surprisingly, Bitcoin, not all that. This is another name I'm interested in too. Is this Intuitive Surgical?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez Louise, man. ASML. It's just a picture perfect cup and handle too. Oh, what a day. CRDO, PWR, all the names that were showing strength earlier, just closing right at the highs.
Beautiful.
Even
LabU, new closing highs.
Which one?
LabU.
Oh, wow.
Members markets are now
Closed. What a day.
All right.
Want to wish everyone a wonderful weekend. Enjoy, be safe. Check the news stats over the weekend to get yourself ready.
Yeah, AMAT was another one too. Really nice close for AMAT. Look at these closes, man.
Enjoy, be safe. Stock is up until 150.
You have to chase. You have to feel FOMO.
No, not me.
No. But I also would not feel bearish here. Like I know a lot of people are going to say, hey, lower volume week, like this doesn't mean anything. And to me, the fact that we were able to rally so well back through the Thursday kill bar on lower volume just means that everyone who was under any pressure over the past like 2 weeks is not under pressure anymore. And we didn't need that much volume to actually bring things back up.
Yeah, I wonder what that means going forward. Like you didn't need a lot of volume to rally back through. So does that mean still a bunch of people are underweight? And when you look at your NAIM, right, it's not like people got loaded back up. The real interesting part will be is if we go and like take out the highs and then all of a sudden they're buying that breakout too. Then what does that look like?
Right. Are we going to ever get COT data?
I think it's already out for cryptos.
It is?
Yeah, I believe so. Mm-hmm. I'll post it to the room if once I get my hands on it. But okay. Yeah, I'm almost positive it's out for the cryptos. Yeah,
not on bar charts at least. All right, I'm gonna hop off.
It's backfilling all old weeks data, but no new data. Okay, well, I hope we find out soon. Yeah, extended hours trading is going to be open just like regular hours, but dude, there's no volume, man. Go enjoy your holidays, do a little Black Friday shopping, hang out with your loved ones.
Speaking of Black Friday shopping, Ariel.
Oh yeah, there you go. Turkey 25.
Yeah. Sign up for your first month or your first year, 25% off with that Turkey 25 promo code.
Much love, guys. Nick, yep. Awesome. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you as always.
No problem. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Yep. Yeah, nothing really here to be, FOMOing or sitting into the market close for any kind of reason. But we did pick up a little MBIS with a stop at low of day, and we picked up a little bit of XOM. My hope is that these names will also finish triggering this UNR setup. It technically closed above. So close here, $94.63, close here, $95. So we did technically trigger the UNR, but, we'll see if it can actually get moving on Monday. No, that's good. Dude, I know a lot of people will look at that number and be like, oh, you only made 4% this month. Do 4% per month all year and you have a 70% year. And then do that for a couple decades. I think people, they're in such a rush to get rich. that they forget that, like, even in a choppy environment, you did that well. So imagine what you would do in a healthier environment. Don't let somebody tell you that if you beat the S&P 500, you're performing like shit, because you're not. Yeah, it could be. But I've looked at like all of these names that have had UNRs. They are making their way back through key moving averages, Lorenzo. So I don't know if it's going to work, right? I just don't know. But I'm willing to be patient until next week to find out. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I don't think it's that big a deal. Right? It's, for me, it's already a very tiny position to start. So like if it didn't work, I lose nothing. If it continues to work and it gives me a follow-up setup, I still need to buy it, one or two more times to get myself like into an actual position. So, but you could just see like how many names are on multi-day rallies and that they've triggered these UNR setups where they'll break a prior low and then they'll start to break right back up above. Without shorting, is it possible to make 4% every month? No, I don't think so. I mean, again, if you're in a healthy environment, I mean, there's going to be down months. So obviously you're just probably sitting on your hands during those down months. But you don't, there's like not every month and not every day is a time to do something. Palantir popping up in after hours. Not sure why. Still trading. And you trade from only allows plain simple long stock trading. Yeah, that's fine. I really don't think that that's a big deal at all. Also, maybe you can also go inverse names too. That's probably one to figure out, because like if there is any shorting to do, right? Like, are you allowed to buy something like MSTZ, for instance? Meaning like while MSTR falls, can you buy this as a long? All right, guys, much love. You guys go enjoy your Black Friday. Have an awesome, awesome day. If you guys have any questions, you guys know how to reach me. I will see you guys in the room over the weekend. I just clipped a few more charts as Undercut and Rally setups. And so they'll be good to like look at, so that maybe we can be prepared for a few of these names going forward. Obviously, it already feels like the market has some established leadership, with like a Google or a LITE, names near all-time highs. There are some energy stocks that are acting well. Gold and silver names are acting fantastic. Copper names are acting great. Steel names are acting great. Commodities in general. But we'll just kind of take it from there into next week and see what the hell is still holding up, and put together as best of a watch list as we can, and then continue to use progressive exposure. This week, I have put on the most boomer names possible: Caterpillar, NEM, and XOM. And I also have NBIS, which is, a pretty fast moving name. And that's if, some of these like data center speculative names are going to kind of come back to life. And NBIS isn't so speculative. I mean, they've got a deal with Microsoft. So we'll see if NBIS wants to act well into next week. And maybe over the coming days, we can add to some of these positions. Yeah, NEM was nice. But, there were some silver miners which are acting even better. I actually traded – I've traded gold well. So hopefully, we can get ourselves some follow through in the gold space. It's really in silver. And also I look at like Barrick. This is kind of like the name missed, right? Buying it on the 20 or buying it on the 3rd only to get stopped out on the 4th when I should have just used the 50. I mean, it was a small enough loss anyway. So, oh well. Lesson learned, and I missed out on, a 26% winner. Ouch. But Angel, there's always room to improve. Always room to improve. Anyway, hopefully you guys have a super awesome weekend. Any questions, shoot them over in the room. And I will see you guys for Sunday scan. And if you guys have any ideas with like anything else that could be built for the room, like, okay, that alert bot is cool, the earnings bot is cool. If there's anything that you guys that think that could be built, let me know or put it in the Q&A room. I'd love to at least try to build it myself. One, I enjoy it, but I think like anything to like make the room a little bit more efficient sounds sweet. So if you guys could think of anything that is like at least reasonable, just let me know. But yeah, you guys have an awesome weekend, and I will see you guys on Monday. And any questions, just post them in the room, please. And thank you. Much love. Later. All right, Fox, you too, brother. Angel, much love. Jose, have a good one. Irish, Nikki, we'll talk to you guys. I'll stay on with you guys on X and YouTube for just another moment before I get off and answer a few of your guys' questions. Quick summary on how to start in the world of swing trading. Okay, so one of the first things I'll tell you is you need to understand why charts go up, right? So one of the things that you can simply do is Google or Perplexity or ChatGPT, the biggest percent movers or like the biggest market cap gainers over the last 3 years, right? Since like the market bottomed in 2022. And then go and look at all of those charts and stick your moving averages on them. And then look to see if there's a commonality between some of these charts and when they moved higher. One of the things you'll notice is that charts like in the semi space or in the banking group or in the quantum group or in the nuclear group, when they made their moves, they were moving as a group. That should be the first thing that sticks out to you. So then you're going to take it a little step further and say to yourself, like, where are the spots where I could have bought it and then price exploded away from my entry quickly, right? So that should be the next thing that you go and you try to study. What did this look like? What was the market acting like at the time? When I would have bought this stock, what was the group acting like? Did this stock have a theme behind it? What were the fundamentals? So you want to understand what is the sort of rocket fuel that makes stocks go. As I've understood it, it's theme and it's earnings and sales. So you're either in a really strong theme at the moment, nuclear, quantum, right? Or you're have really good earnings and sales like these semiconductors. So those are the two things that make, even these gold names, right? Their gold has been going up. So the underlying asset of the thing that they own or the thing that they dig out of the ground has been going up. Therefore, their earnings and sales are also going up because their overhead hasn't really gotten bigger, but the thing that they're selling to the public has gotten more expensive. So they're making more money. So that's like the first place I'd start. Google and figure out like a list of 100 of the biggest movers over the last 3 years. Look at them. Try to figure out a commonality between, like, when you see Nvidia make a big move over the last few years, it's a semiconductor. Are there any other semiconductors that have made a big move over the last 3 years? Well, yes. AVGO, AMD, TSM, and then just go down the list, CRDO, and keep going, KLAC, MPWR, right? Go down the list and realize to yourself, man, when these things move, they tend to move together. And then what is that thing that makes them go? Good earnings and sales. And then you go even further. What's the technical setup that I would use to get myself involved into XYZ chart? Right? Is it an earnings gap up? Is it a high volume close? Is it a higher low setup? Is it a flat base breakout? Is it, a low cheat setup? Is it an undercut and rally? Is it a moving average undercut and rally? Like, what fits best with your sort of personality? Then you could take it another step and say to yourself, like, how much size would I use in this stock? How do I use progressive exposure, which is something I learned from Mark Minervini? Right? How do I find these stocks in real time? So these are all things that you can answer. Again, it's difficult when you don't know what pieces to the puzzle you're even looking for, right? You're trying to put a puzzle together in your mind, but you don't even know the pieces, right? Like, hearing me tell you this, I'm feeding you some of the pieces so that you could put the picture together in your mind. And that's the idea, right? Like, obviously, find somebody that you like that teaches something that you understand. For me, it was listening to Christian Koulamagi, learning from Dan Zanger, learning from Pat Walker, learning from Mark Minervini on the short side, learning from Gil Morales. Okay, so now I built my playbook. I've sat in front of enough bull and bear cycles to understand what the hell it is that I'm looking for. I've taken enough losses and wins to understand I needed to be more patient here. I needed to be more aggressive here. My playbook told me to do this, but I didn't do that. Right. And that's just going to take a while. Be patient. So yeah, there's a lot of little nuances that you got to get down, Pat. But once you do, it all starts to make ton more sense. So, yeah, study people that you admire that have been around in the market for long enough and who make money or who have made money. And again, I just listed off some great names. Or option number 2 is you're always welcome in my room to ask a bunch of questions in real time, and I will happily guide you through exactly what it is that I'm doing, so that you can kind of start to make sense of it a little bit faster. I've always said there's a lot of people who have alert services out there, and those are fine, but you're not maybe learning anything. Versus when I'm streaming in real time, it's almost akin to watching a chef cooking in the kitchen, right? It's one thing if you just go and pick up a cookbook at Barnes and Noble. It's another thing if you got to sit next to the chef while he was cooking, right? I mean, that's probably the best way that I could put it. Right? Like, reading a trading book is helpful, but if it would have been more helpful had I been watching Mark Minervini do what Mark Minervini does. Yeah, Ed Sakota is another good one. You follow that trend till the end. Yeah, I mean, look, and here's the thing, be the one, anything that I've like learned and studied are from people who had many more decades of experience than I did. So just because I have a Discord and I have a room and I do well for myself doesn't mean that I won't give credit to Dan Zanger, Mark Minervini, Pat Walker, Gil Morales, Nate from IU. Like, I'm going to give credit to the people who like laid, their foundation down so that we can learn upon them and then improve upon it for our own benefit. So I'm going to, when I like learn a flat base breakout or a volatility contraction pattern, I'm going to give credit to the people I learned it from. When I learn about an EP setup, I'm going to credit Pradeep. When I learn about, progressive exposure, I'm going to credit Mark Minervini. I'm not claiming that I invented any of these things. I've just taken all the pieces from all the people that I've learned from, incorporated into my own trading, and then that's why I do well. So yeah, I'm happy to give credit to the people who have earned their credit. So anyway, and I know somebody asked, can someone get info on the Black Friday sale? Yeah, if you just go on my YouTube or on X, you'll see a link to the WAP. And you could use the Turkey 25 promo code on the WAP for the monthly, or you can use it for the yearly. If you use it for the yearly, you're basically getting like half off on the year than if you use it for a monthly, because then it's only good for a month. And it's, but if you only want to try it for a month, then only try it for a month. I mean, I can't, people know what to do. How to enter SNDK. There's no real entry here just yet, right? You get this kill bar, you get this really kind of consolidation. I don't know that it's good enough just yet. Right? We're not extended from the 50 simple moving average anymore, which is good. But I don't really see anything to do here just yet. Kind of my thinking. I'm about to say, I don't see a setup. Like, it's not really a clean high or low. It's not a high type flag. It's not any of the setups that I trade, is my point. And I trade 6 or 7 entry tactics, right? I trade higher lows. I trade high type flags. I trade low cheat setups. I trade flat base breakouts. I trade earnings gap ups. I trade high volume closes. I trade undercut rallies. I trade moving average undercut. Like, I literally trade 7 setups, and this isn't one of them. So when I don't have a daily setup, it's like, and I would say to myself, okay, if I'm going to also buy SNDK, what's my daily setup? And then when I go to get involved, what's WDC doing? What's STX doing? What's MU doing? They are in the same group. If they're acting well and the group is moving together, then, and I've got a daily setup, it makes, holding it or buying it a whole heck of a lot easier. So anyway, guys, that is it for me. Hopefully you guys have a super awesome holiday weekend. Get off the screens, enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you guys on Monday morning. Thanks, guys.